Just getting my stuff together here real quick. As always, way too late to the party. Wish I was, I should just have more free time. That would... More free time. This is really just it. And I would accidentally play some copyrighted music. Ugh. I mean, nobody like copyrighted music. I don't. Blah 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 blah. All the usual setup things. I put everything. I went and migrated my project over, and now need to go through and migrate a few other things over. I was trying to get it to package, and I did get it to package. It took a surprising amount of effort, and a lot of it came down to some person named their folder Android. It was a steampunk Android, but they knew it folder Android. And though I was packaging for Windows, you still cannot do that. And you cannot use that name. It is a forbidden word. You will get an error. Yes. I did not know this. It was quite the surprise when, for all the things I looked at, that was the problem. Anything else? That. Wild. I suppose I had to start all the things to monitor chat, too. I'm so far behind today. Welcome to my world. Work, and then come home to work, and then work so you can get work done on stream. Because then you have things prepped for stream. Well, some things I can't do on stream. I could, but then you just watching it do nothing for hours. As it's like, well, it's gonna compile again. I guess that's what we're doing. Or look, it tried to package it and failed. All right, let's try to fix this error. Okay, package again. Let's see everyone in like 15-20 minutes. You know, pretty much. Yeah. Tell everyone in the Discord that I am streaming. Not gonna stream itself. It's not gonna tell itself. I mean, oh, that's okay. Not gonna stream itself. Oh. Will however make noise in the background. Good job, me. I would say pro streamer, but not my job for a living, so I don't know if that counts as a pro streamer. I mean, I guess. Or why not? So everything actually works. By posting a link to the Discord. One can never have enough minions in the Discord. Never. Hopefully I get a few more that actually like to chat too. I love to chat, but that only works if people like chatting with me. I might chat with myself, but it's a little strange. I do it anyway, but still. I tried putting for them to subscribe, but that actually doesn't really seem to do much. I don't think I gained any subs from the last stream, even though there was 94 people watching. Hey Bard, how's it going? Putting up the usual join the Discord messages, because, well, it really seems like that's more successful than asking people to sub on YouTube. Yeah. Plus, you know, I don't need any kind of sub goal on or a follower goal on Twitch, so. Until viewership actually falls during the summer months on Twitch. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why they don't. They keep showing up and watching. But yeah. I gotta make some cool videos or something. But I also just don't have this thing called free time, so If I had free time, it would change everything. But instead, I work my other job. I'm just like, there's no time. I'll get to it eventually, and I don't get to it. I just don't. I was gonna work on audio today, probably, so guess I should migrate that crap over. Well, actually, I should probably migrate a few things over. Pretty much all the crap I was using should be migrated over. All this stuff. I just wanted to fix a stupid bug. If I was an Unreal project, where would I be? Right there. Yeah. Do whatever you're gonna do. Yeah, I guess. What I do over the course of the weekend? My regular job, because I was far behind. Still far behind, as always there, but... whatever. I forgot to even migrate the rest of the files I'm going to want for tonight anyway. Well, at least I managed to package the game, so that's something. Even if I did have to migrate to a new project to pull it off. And it's currently running DirectX 12, which is weird. Not Nanite, just DirectX 12. I couldn't get its package with DirectX 11 this time around. I don't know why. There should be no reason, but I'm sure there's some reason I don't understand yet. At least it's not as bad as it has been in the past. At least the game runs. In the past, the character would just fall through the world. The main setback is that I have to work a regular job. That sets me back all the time. Other than that, not really. I mean, like I'm working on it. I figure. I mean, like I said, I decided to switch to October 2026 when I realized that there's no way I could pull it off. I just couldn't do it. That's October 2025. It just couldn't happen. There's no way. I've seen how much I've gotten done and how much I have to go, and I'm just like, this ain't it. This just ain't it. I'll probably have the demo out by midsummer, but whether or not I release to the public will be a different story entirely. The main reason I want the demo is for to try to get an Epic Mega Grant. So it might not even be the true demo. It might just be a demo that's good enough to get a Mega Grant. It just depends on what I want the demo to really be. Like how much of the game I want to be in the demo. I just keep improving the first section over and over and over, so. But July was the target for the Epic Mega Grant. Because July 22nd is when you can first apply for the Mega Grant. I think it goes to September 22nd. I do want to get a Steam page up relatively soon. Again, I just don't ever have time. I need to also make YouTube videos so I can get subs, because getting monetized on YouTube is more important than releasing the demo. Because I have enough watch time on YouTube that I would probably make okay money if I could get monetized. Yeah, because the cheapest you can get on the Mega Grant is 25K. I was thinking of applying for 50K, which would easily allow me to quit my other job. Even the 25K would let me quit my other job. Or at least dial it back. I mean, it's another business I run, so it's just... It's only so much time in the day. So, job 1, get monetized on YouTube. Job 2, get the demo for the Mega Grant. Job 3, apply for the Mega Grant. Job 4, everything else. Yeah, I do. That's why I'm always just running out of time at all times. Like, I just... stream 40 to 50 hours, go work 40 hours a week. When you're in a business, you get paid only if you work you don't work, you don't get paid, you know, because you're the one running everything. So if you don't you don't do the work, no one does. So I'm an online seller, mostly in collectibles like magic cards. Pretty much hunt down and collect and buy and sell and trade the magic cards to get the cash, and then I think I've done it for like 8+ years. It was very good until I started having all the health problems. Then it paid for all the health problems, and now I have less money than I once did. I started this game dev thing, I thought I had a crap ton of money. Well, I did. Oh, I don't work my own hours at all. I work whenever I have to meet up with people. I work other people's hours. I can sell the things online during any hours I want. And that's kind of what I do on the weekends when I watch people's streams. I'm selling the cards online. Doing all that crap. When I'm not meeting clients. Package scene is much, well, I mean, I guess it's almost all the stuff in the game, so it was going to take a while. I guess I should have planned for that, but I didn't. Whatever. But yeah, it pays the bills. I managed to stockpile enough assets over time that it hasn't, well, I thought I had enough that I could just not work straight up for 2 years, but turned out that I could barely work for 5 years and still have a bit left over because of all the health problems. So yeah, not the worst, not the best, but not the worst. Oh, I forgot to start streaming on Twitch. I'm so dumb. Oh well. Twitch didn't miss anything. Nimes, vertical lines will have a lot of people in them as well. I have buddy in live streams both vertical and normal live, you know, streaming. And twice so many viewers in the vertical ones. I don't do it though. The reason I don't do it is because you wouldn't be able to see what I was working on. Like, you'd see basically nothing. You would cut off the whole thing. The way I'm, like, I've been told you can actually make TikTok stream, you know, in a different aspect ratio, which might be okay, but I don't know. Hey, Gunslinger Girl. How's it going? Yeah, I forgot to click start streaming on Twitch because OBS demands that I do that as well. Because I have like a double setup here. And you start streaming on one, which should default to YouTube because I can go private and test things on YouTube and I can't on Twitch. And then I have to click start over here to start Twitch. Eventually I'm going to have like the other ones too, like Rumble, Kick, and potentially TikTok, assuming my connection can handle all those. Yeah. I don't understand why anybody watches on vertical stuff. It's just like, you just don't want to see the content? Cool. Seems weird. Like, I would assume you'd want to see the content, but eh. I suppose convenience, Gunslinger Girl, but it doesn't seem very convenient if you are stuck in like a vertical view and you can't see half of, like, either side of the screen. Like, if you just turned it sideways and you could see that, then it'd be fine. Like, I'd just watch it on a phone then. Yeah. It's like a long time ago when they used to still have square TVs. And then someone would make something widescreen, and then you could make the widescreen thing zoomed in so you cut off the sides. It's the same thing. Double Iron, by the way. Ancient. Dawn of Time. The first game devs crawled out of the primordial goo. I was there. Right. It feels like it sometimes. Okay, I didn't realize this would take this long. Unfortunately, I can't bypass it because if I bypass it, then I won't have any assets to use. But there was something wrong with this particular one that was preventing it from packaging, which is why I migrate the thing. Whenever I go to package the game, I always end up migrating the project over. It happens every time. I should just start out by doing that because there's always weird things with the projects that can be fixed simply by migrating. And it takes so little time to migrate except for copying files over. I should have told it to skip all the files that it already had. That was dumb. I don't know why I didn't do that. Oh yeah. I do stream a long time. When 8 hours is considered a short stream. Sometimes, you know. 7 hours, I'm just being outright lazy. What's up with that? Jeez. What can you do, though? I was thinking of adding in like the next section, the ability to, like, you know, raise and lower the water in places so you can get to things. And maybe just not including any kind of underwater stuff. Maybe you just have to lower the water. Because that seems like it'd be... Well, I wouldn't need any underwater physics, first off. I could actually just build a game like that, and I could still make water dangerous to Poppet without actually making her, you know, able to have a way to survive it or something. I don't know. The underwater thing seems so cool, but the fact I have no enemies for it, like nothing, I just have no assets really for it. The fact I need an entire new physics set just for underwater. Cool. How am I supposed to make her weapons work underwater? Like, how do they operate? Are they slow too? Like, what does it even happens underwater? Like, it'd be a lot of work. That instant noodles? Nice, nice. 420 streams, my actual 420 views my last stream is actually wild. Yeah, it hit 94 concurrent viewers on YouTube, whereas the high point on Twitch for that stream was 30. And the only reason I got 30 on Twitch is from raids. There's no such thing as raids on YouTube. I just got 94 concurrent viewers on that because like 14 of those views are after the fact too, because there's only 415 during the stream. Because this is the actual stream information, as you can see, for what happened during it. So, on YouTube anyway. Yeah, the thing about Twitch is there's just not a lot of people in the category. It's just how it is. There's just not a lot of people in the category. So, I mean, the top 5 people will have 40% of the viewers in the category or more. And the category around when I stream usually caps out around 14 to 1500 people. Yeah. You can compare that to the Twitch one, which doesn't list the actual time watched, but the live views was less. Unique viewers, pretty decent. Max viewers there. Average was actually down, but again, like, raids are what dictate all this. Like, if I get raided a bunch, these numbers go up. If I don't get raided a bunch, these numbers, they're slowly ticking up, but yeah. So I don't actually know why YouTube has suddenly just been giving me so many people over the last couple months, but you know, pretty good. I mean, I'm not monetized on it, so it counts for nothing at the moment, but just popularity on there is worth something. Maybe someday I'll get monetized, but at least people are interested in what I'm doing, I think. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't... Why are you so slow? If I click on you, will you go faster? Maybe. Maybe I won't move the audio immediately. I do need to do the audio stuff. The audio is pretty big, too. I was going to make a universal button for activating things. Or, like, basically what amounts to a universal switch or something like that. So this way you can activate puzzles or things like that. Shouldn't be very hard, actually, because I'll just have it get all actors of class, set the class as a, actually get all actors with tag, and I'll set the tag as a variable one, an actor tag one, and then I'll have an interface that just goes and get which room it's in, and if it's in the right room, then, which I already have that interface, then it'll trigger it, and I'll just put a specific tag for each trap, and then each button can just have a tag on it, or trap or thing you need to activate or whatever. And then from that point on, I'll just, I mean, I can just make various ones, like various types of switches, you know, buttons. I don't know, wheels you turn, who knows? And just tag them that way. I was also thinking of bringing back the save a toy mechanic. I like the idea of it too much. So. Oh, 3K hours. In the last month, I have how many hours? Let's see. 4.9K. I'm just saying, I already well have over enough hours. I don't know if memberships will really make much money, though, to be honest. Like, it's not like Twitch where you have Prime subs, which, you know, Prime subs are good. Oh yeah, well, I mean, the last stream I had on YouTube had over 500 watch hours, so getting 3,000 isn't very tough if a single stream gets 500. Granted, that is the biggest one I've ever had, so don't get too excited. It usually hits around 40 people watching on YouTube. Yeah, I'll have to look and see. I don't know. I mean, I'll try it and see if it does anything for me. I mean, I'm obviously going to want to get monetized either way, so if I'm already monetized for that, it shouldn't be too hard to monetize for the next level when I get it. Assuming I ever get it. I'm just thinking when I go dark, every time I try and study, it's helping me not get distracted. Not a bad plan. Distraction is a real problem in this day and age of easy entertainment. That just seems to be how things are, you know? The way I get anything done is I stream because that's how I get stuff done. Like I have a hard time being distracted while I'm streaming because otherwise I might watch a show, something on YouTube, browse social media, dick around with some random project that's not relevant to anything. But if I'm streaming, I don't do any of that. I just work on what I'm doing. So I stream to not be distracted, even though some devs won't stream because they say it distracts them. Ironically, I do it for the opposite reason. I have kids and people with TikTok brain as crazy as yes, it is. Yes, it is. Or they've grown up on a perpetual feed of instant entertainment. Just that dopamine fix has gone on and on their whole lives. They don't even know what it's like to not have that. So it's not surprising that that's what's happened. I mean, it turns out in those times when you're bored, you have to find a lot of things to amuse yourself. It takes a lot more creativity, helps develop the brain, and they just skip that phase, and that is not good. That's fair. What I usually do, to leave the internet and all those things like that, you know, I go on walks when I'm feeling okay that day. I just don't bring any entertainment with me. I just go on a walk, just outside. It's just nice. If I didn't have a night schedule, I'd go on more walks, but since I do, yeah, it's definitely good to disconnect and just get away from it all. That's usually when I come up with my various story ideas or game ideas just in my head as I'm just walking along. I don't disconnect from the game dev, I just disconnect from the machine. Unfortunately. I don't know if there is disconnect from the game dev anymore. Pretty much one with it. But, yeah. I have found I usually prefer to write on my phone as opposed to write on the computer. That's an interesting one. I'll just sit in Google Docs and I'll just work on various story ideas. Because with my multiple monitors here, it's really easy to get distracted by things. But if I'm just like laying on my bed or something like that and just typing things up on the phone for, you know, that, like, you know, whatever story thing, I can usually get lost in that. Oh yeah, Google Docs is great. I went from having a World Anvil to just putting everything on Google Docs. But I did like World Anvil. It helped give me some ideas for how to interconnect my world, but it also costs money, and yeah, if I'm going to spend money on this game, and it's not going to be on World Anvil. I do spend money on this game all the time, but it's definitely not World Anvil. I need the audio as well. Yeah. Go ahead and save. Gathering dependencies. Yeah. That'd be cool. Do not copy what already exists. We might as well save a little time. I mean, it depends, really. If you got the money and you don't have the time, then I would hire somebody. If you got the time and not the money, then I'd do it myself, you know? It's really how it works in the game dev world. I will say this. Yeah, well then there you go. That answers your question, really. I found that, you know, other people can do a better job than I probably can at whatever they're specialized in. Like, I have general skill, but I'm not really a professional in anything. I'm a jack of many trades, but a master of none. So, that kind of means that if I pay someone, I'll get a much better result than if I did it myself most of the time. But I don't have to pay myself, clearly. Usually I'm the one who does it. Start learning how to animate yourself. Nice. Well, keep learning. I mean, animation's fun. I did a lot of animations when I was doing Daz because I was making them like 2D animations for the characters and then rendering them so the characters could be like, you know, 2D characters in the world. But I later stopped that because there was so many options that was just out there already that I didn't have to do it. Like, if I just used a model, I could just get a bunch of animations for do way less work. Hey Murphy, not a lot. I forgot to migrate a bunch of stuff. I decided to migrate the whole project over to a new thing so I could package it. I got it packaged after all the weird problems, but fortunately I forgot to migrate a bunch of the assets over. I mean, WhatsApped on 2 different platforms. Hell yeah. And I need you on 3rd one, so you can WhatsApp me on that one too. Hell yeah. Hey, Wasabi Cheetah, I've come to ask you a question that is a vital component to any and all game development of any kind, no matter what OS, what engine, what programming language, or approach to programming, what side of the forest you side with. Nuggets or tenders? God, do I have to eat either? Can they not be from a fast food place? Yeah, if it... I mean, if it's from a fine dining restaurant, wait, do I care if it's from? God, neither of them sound good. I'll pass. Well, a steak. There you go. I'll have a steak. I'm gonna go to a fine dining restaurant. I'm not gonna eat nuggets or tenders. That's right. This is taking way longer to move the audio than it was for the other. Oh. Yeah, if it's fast food, I don't want it. I don't care what it is. I just don't want it. I'm willing to eat In-N-Out if at the worst, because at least they get like all clean ingredients and they make their fries. They're out of potatoes. You can watch them do it. But otherwise, they're gonna have to pay me to eat that. Ugh. Tell 2D Bird to join you on Twitch. You know, then I mean, that's Gunslinger Girl would like you to join her on Twitch, Bard. Just saying. Is watching Expedition 33 link in the Discord. Nice. Expedition 33 looks well. When I saw Fox played, it was amazing. I'm not gonna lie. Apparently, like I counted 34 people on their thing that did it, and then they hired between 20 and 30 people to work little jobs along the way. And the estimate is actually now $10 to $15 million put into it. So if you have all these things, you too can make Expedition 33. A bunch of solo devs are all like, "Oh, make that some game like that." Okay. You go, buddy. You got this. Now homemade is valid. Yeah, it is. You take a salad. Yep. Run over here on YouTube as well. Yeah, nice, nice. I see Greek food which has salad. Salads can be good. Toss some chicken in a salad. You know, it'd be cool. I usually make it home, and I, you know, will actually put the chicken in the toaster oven. Give it that nice toasting thing there, and then put it on my salad. So much more delicious. It didn't take much convincing. That's fair. I mean, you know, Twitch usually has more people chatting. Hey, Fox. How's it going? Oh, reminds me. Got to lurk you too. Nope, nope, nope. Watch the copyright infringement. Right, buddy, watch that copyright infringement. Ruining everything. I got you lurked too. Alright. I'm looking over there too. Let's see here. Yeah, the music in Expedition 33 is wild. There's one track called Lumiere that I got stuck in my head, unfortunately. It's a great track, but it's still stuck in my head. It's like one of the most commonly played ones. You hear it everywhere. Someone's got to learn C++ to make up for blueprint heathens like me. That's what I just heard. Yes. Do all the works if I don't have to. Yes. Got to maintain balance in the game dev. Yeah, that's fair. Well, you know. Fox is unapologetically Fox, and that's great, you know? As with all streamers, you either like the person streaming and what they're doing, or you don't. That's pretty much it. Fox is great. I lurk him all the time. I pester him on the weekends, but I don't have time to pester people during the week at all when it comes to streams. Not one bit. I usually like get off work and have just enough time to like eat some food, maybe catch a little sleep or get a shower or something, depending on what's even available for time, and then go right back to working. It's like the worst. I think that's everything I care about right now from this. I don't think there's a lot else I need at the moment. I guess I know the VFX, but I don't even want to waste time doing that. I just don't care right now. Do I care? Oh god, it'll take forever. I'm not even going to use 90% of this. I do want to move the UI stuff. That's true. There's like a bunch of little things. I moved the important stuff over, and then by just simply moving my main little directory, and then didn't move any of this extra crap. So chances are I'll have to move a bunch of extra crap as I figure out what I missed. You watch a YouTube video on how to add mantling to your game? And complications, so I couldn't finish the code? That sucks. You know, it's, like I say, I just would have set them to fly and automatically moved them myself, but, you know. Whatever gets the job done. I probably want this. Where's the rest of the liquid health stuff? This is the right one, right? It has to be. Or not? Did I really just do something dumb? Oh, never mind, I just moved those. That's why it, as soon as I reload it, it'll have them back in there again, but I don't care about that. I don't think I need the rest of this crap right now, necessarily. Whatever, I'll move it anyway. Let's see. Guy, that's fair. That's how we do it. I'm glad to see that dates are happening in there, even if they're awkward ones. Nice, nice. These are videos I do in the code note section. There's a part where you basically set your character to fly, but it's pretty confusing. That's fair, at least in your part. It's just, you bring the character movement out there, and then you just drag off that and then set the movement mode to flying. Whenever there's a component on the left side, you know, in the little left side area that appears over here, you can drag it out there, and then all the properties that appear on the right side can be accessed by dragging off the node. Okay, and then I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep this open in the background, and then I'm gonna go and just open up another copy of this, or the copy that I want to work on. And if I'm missing something, I'll just open this, or actually I'll just drag it over then. Because, yeah. I'm getting bored just watching it. I gotta do something useful with my time. Yep. Bard was waiting for you all along. Haha. Wait for this one to boot up. Keep this one in the back, just in case. Something about hero review on Unreal Engine. If you have a 03D3 a good try. That's fair. You know my opinion on it. You know, one of us. Have some Whey cookies and a set of shoes. We love everyone here. Yes. Join us. Join us. Huh? That's fair. I mean, you know. Just remember to keep grabbing the free stuff on Fab just in case you plan on doing it, because you might as well start out with a bunch of free stuff. You have, like, what? One more day before the next free stuff drops? Free starting is one more day. It's, Yep. Until tomorrow, this stuff is free, and then we'll get new free stuff. Yeah. So much of my game has been made by things that they gave away for free at some point or another. I would say a good like 70% of my game was stuff I got for free from them. Oh no, you should grab it now because it won't be free. It's only free temporarily. You just have to add it to your account. You don't have to download it. You just simply click on it and then add to account. You can add it to cart, or you can, you know, click buy now and it'll do it, and it'll just be free. The licensing doesn't even matter. It's based on whatever your income is currently at the time, which will probably just be personal unless you're rich. No one free lighting one? Nice, nice. Yeah, you should just collect them. Even if you don't think you're going to use it, just collect it anyway because it costs $0 and these assets are really high end, so it's like you could start your game dev, you know, with like tens of thousands of dollars of assets just sitting in the background like I did, going. And over the course of the game, I've gotten more and more free stuff, which helped evolve my game as I got assets. I'm like, well, this is really helpful. I'll put this in here too. Yeah. Yeah, you have to actually check out with it. Like, you have to like go, if you add it to cart, you have to click check out at the end of it with all three of them in your cart, which is usually what I do. Just less clicks. But yeah, you have to get it while it's free or it's not free anymore. So, yeah. It's 100% the right thing to do if you're ever going to use Unreal Engine, or you think you might ever use it, because it cuts your dev costs by so many thousands of dollars. Apparently Expedition 33 used a whole bunch of free stuff too. Wait, what says something about something? I mean, this one says lumen lighting is just, you know, a thing, but that's just them showing you the various lighting things there, which doesn't, I mean, lumen lighting doesn't do anything. It's in your project or it's not. Like, it's not the asset pack that has lumen lighting. I mean, their demo map might have it enabled to pre-dem, right, ready and go and everything, but I thought about installing this one, but I moved my era just a little too far ahead for this to work. Because when I first started, it was the 1890s, and then I moved it all the way to the 1920s because of the assets I had available. Yeah, that's fair. I remember seeing a free weather one. Free. Yeah, this one's terrible. I think it was called Good Sky or something like that. That was called? Yeah. This one was free. But I mean, it looks cool enough. I can see it. So it's $0. I don't think I specifically need it. I'll add it to my library anyway. Just in case it wants to log me in or something. I'm logged in, right? Okay, good. Oh, once I was logged in, I guess I already owned it. Never mind. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, you might as well. If you don't end up using them, you're out nothing other than like a couple minutes, and you know, if you do end up using them, you save thousands of dollars. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, Unreal Engine does not require you to be online. It might to compile. That, I'm not compile, I mean to package the project. I think it might. I don't 100% know on that one. But I don't think it does. Which one is which? Pretty certain this is the one. Oh yeah, you can use the launcher. I mean, you won't be able to download anything, but you can load games up and everything. You can load up Unreal Engine and everything as well too. But yeah, it works. Alright. So let's make my universal button idea going on here. Which room would I like to sit in while I make this? Where is it? Actually, it was going to sit on the other area anyway. I guess I could just use a button. If I just use a button, I can just steal the button off of this. Aren't we smart? Yeah, exactly. It just has a section for the engine. Which is a pretty handy. Pretty handy indeed. This isn't traps I'm activating here. Is this gonna count as machinery? Maybe I'll put it under puzzles or something. Just more stuff to do. EP activation button, I guess. I have control panels places. You in there? Gotta sleep. That's fair. Well, thanks for dropping by, Gunslinger Girl. And for joining the Discord. Yes, yes. I will be around there later. I'm sure Bard will be there as well. Yes. And then many, many projects can be done for people. My brain's all like, you want to work on this? I'm like, no, I want to work on this. Like, you want to work on this? I'm like, but this. And then it's like, no, but this. I'm like, really? What if I tie to the control panel here? Oh, probably this control panel scene. It's probably that. Yes. Get that Fluid Ninja VFX tools for free as well. Thank you for license. Around that one. I mean, there's a license for anything that's on the marketplace. So, if you got it off the UE marketplace, it'll have that or the standard license. Or the personal license or whatever. Which just means that you don't make as much money. It's pretty much about it. Well, this isn't even connected to anything. I don't know why it's on there, but it's not connected, so screw it. They're just all going to be visible anyway. These just default visible, right? Yeah. When in doubt, cheat and just recycle code. Recycle, reduce, reuse. Close the code loop. You know, if you marketplace, and I saw that one was like 500 or something, and I was like, you know, yeah. Some of the assets on there are still grossly expensive, and then they go on sale and they're like 70-80% off, and it's like, why would I ever buy outside of a sale? I just wait. I've even gone on the little, like, you know, fab section of the Unreal Source Discord and talked to them about it. I'm just like, yeah, guys, I mean, like, if you guys never have a sale, what happens is I eventually start writing the stuff out of my project. I won't buy it off sale. It's too expensive. There's no reason to. Yeah. It's like the only time I buy when it's not on sale is if I desperately need something right then and there. And it's pretty unlikely that I need something then and there when I'm doing game dev because I plan ahead. So I'll wait. And I'll write it out of the game and find replacements. There was a bunch of steampunk, like little robot creatures like that and everything, and I was going to buy them, but in the time it took for them to go on sale, I created the entire group of contraption enemies instead. And then I removed all those machine things from my wish list. I didn't want them anymore because I have better now. They took like half a year to get sales online. I'm like, I thought it was never going on sale, so I just did the backup plan, you know? Which is stupid, but I mean, that's just what happened, you know? It's just like, well, people, I do want HAS control panel to be gone. They just, yeah, I don't have forever to wait. Too many times they're just like, nope, you can just wait. And I'm like, okay, well, if you think that, that's fine. I don't care about any of this. I just remove that from here. This is just... What I want to do on this is... Actually, I'm going to do it up on Event Begin Play. Get all actors with tag. Oh, that's the activation tag, I guess. Keep wanting to call him a trap, but I guess we'll call it a puzzle activation tag. So it's a little activation tag seems a little too like it's like the engine or something saying something. I ended up watching a 140 video on how to create a client input. Jeez, what do you even say for an hour and 40 minutes about that? I can buy the pre-made stuff, right? I do have time to look at how I do it myself. Granted, I do have to watch the video a few times. I would just look for short videos. I was daydreaming a lot of time. Well, if you watch hour and 40-minute long videos about how to do a climbing input, I too would daydream a lot. It's true. I don't think I'd even make it through the video. I just need an interface for this that does things. Am I going to make a special puzzle interface? I guess I will. Yeah, I guess, because, like, that just seems kind of awkward to have these things on, like, Poppet and everything when she's not a puzzle. Oh. She doesn't need them. She already has enough crap on her as is. She has basically every interface because everything talks to her. But, yeah. I will say start puzzle. Start puzzle question mark. And if I want anything else from this, I don't think I even need anything else. Because the puzzle doesn't care anymore. Like, these two don't have to be directly connected. It's just going to call whoever has this name. So I'm going to do this here and start puzzle. Message. Um, I want to flip flop it. Infantry videos because videos reference the third person cam setting all the time. I get lost. I think I'd look for first person mantling if that was the case. Would make the most sense. I guess I could get if the puzzle is active. But I want to know if the puzzle's active. Does that even matter? I don't think it does. I guess I can flip flop. I don't like flip flops though. Oof. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Things I could do. So the button's activated. Do this. I guess puzzle active. And I'll just return. Don't think I'm going to keep that, but just as a quick send it back and forth if I want. I can get like puzzle active. Not much it matters, but this will let me know if the thing is actually currently working. Then branch it. If it's true, if it's false, we'll actually start it. I want buttons that do things. Yeah, you right. Puzzle actor. I'm just making my chords be less ridiculous. You know? Clean it up a little bit, if you will. I hate flip-flops, so I just don't use them. Noodles go crazy? Yeah. Noodles for everyone. Oh. I forgot it doesn't like to disconnect lines even though it should because it errors. Alright. Now I have a puzzle button. Protest. Yeah. Load the level. You suck. I'll have to recopy the city portion over too. This is taking forever. Good. I'm an idiot. I search G5, mental climate, video always says third person. No one's adding first person. That's your bad. Ah, you know, it happens. Okay. Let's play a game here. The game is hit T so I can collect the water. That's a good start. Pool lakes. Okay. This particular thing was not initially made by me. And so if you wonder why it looks like crap, it's because somebody else made it and they have really unclean code. And it grosses me out to even look at it. I might have to clean it a little bit purely because it's disgusting to look at. Is that terrible or what? Like I hate it. I just hate everything about what I was looking at there. And look at all these empty spaces too. What is this? Actually, there might be a reason for that thinking about it. I mean, why? Why would you do this? Just look at this. Why? And he didn't even do the same thing down here. He did something different. Why? You have 17 doll pieces. Nice, nice. There's a single one. Nice, nice. Eventually, you'll be able to build your own doll game out of them. See, I hate this because lines go across lines like that. I hate when they're off to the bottom like this, because look at how it's like going through nodes and everything. It just looks awful to me. And then this up here where you just drug it through all those lines instead of just having a current depth material that just went into here. You'd had all these lines going everywhere instead. Just like, really? Really, buddy? Yeah, it's going to material. I'm actually just going to clean it up. I can't stand looking at it. It's disgusting. First, we're going to put these in here so I remember what goes in them. It's also okay to space your code out, you know? Like, seriously, you can space it out. It's fine. Holy crap. Make it readable. Trust me, you're going to come back to it later and be like, I can't read anything. Exactly. Gross. Absolutely gross. He doesn't ever update this either. It was given away for free at one point, and it's got so many problems now. I wish I had a different water pack so bad right now. But they're usually expensive, and if I'm going to invest money, it's going to be towards something that I don't have, not a better version of something I do. That's the collector? Yeah, that's fair. What's funny is that was actually going to be the original currency of the game. Might still be, honestly. I just need a good doll piece graphic, I think. For now it's just coins because I don't have anything better. But I thought it would be funnier if they collect doll pieces instead and use as their currency, because why would they have coins? What would they have? There's a bunch of toys killing each other. There'd be doll pieces everywhere. I hate everything about this setup. I just hate it. Just stop it. It's awful. It's just awful. Gross. Do I need to do this? Probably not. Am I doing it because it's ugly to look at? Yes. Also, this entire blueprint is ugly and hard to read, so if I'm gonna have to make some changes to it, the least I can do is make it readable enough to do that. I don't gotta space them that much, but oh god. That's so much more readable than... yeah. Why would you do it? Ugh. I don't even want to figure out why. Whatever. I'm just gonna go look at the other thing and I'm just gonna be sad. Oh yeah, there's so much weird about this thing. This I don't have a problem with. This is fine. This is, I mean, I don't like the style that he does for it, but okay, this is not acceptable. That is just gross. But just line through every one of those. Oh god. Somebody failed their class on how to do that. But that's okay. It doesn't matter. Anyway. I'm gonna make the water a puzzle thing. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. When I first started this out, I found that things looked fine until I came back later to have to deal with it, and it was less fine. You'll discover how hard, messy things are can make it a real problem to find things later, and the bigger the game gets, the worse it's going to be. And so over time, I've gotten better and better about organizing it because I know I'm going to come back later and go, oh my god, I got to find this stuff now. I'm also known to change my code up to be a lot more simple too, so I don't have to deal with a lot of these things, you know? Like, well, this is the world's largest sequence, my bad. Jesus. Wow. For some reason I thought this was like a switch on string, and then I looked at it, it's just a million dens. It's like the most dens I've ever seen in my life on a single thing. Jesus. Okay. But whatever works for it. It looks cool when they all zoom out. I'll give it that much credit. Anyway. I would just have to manually wait. It would work on all the ones in the room. That's what I was doing, right? So I was getting all the ones in the room. I forgot part of this here. I have to assign a room information because I don't want to move everyone in the game, just the ones in the room. So it's like room information. This variable, yeah, room name. I don't care about room image on this one, so we're just gonna do this here. I was like, wait, there's a step I'm missing here. I don't want to activate them all, and the way I separated my game out is by rooms. So if I want to operate everything, everyone has like a room information, or at least a room name that they're in. And I got to add the room information this thing there because it has to have BPI interact, because everything has to have BPI interact. I should just put all the puzzle stuff on BPI interact because of that. But there might be puzzle things I don't want on Poppet as well, so I just want to do that. Anyway. So I can just get everyone who's in a particular, you know, has a tag, and then go, okay, well, are you in this room? If so, then this puzzle button activates you. If not, and this is important because then if I have, like, you know, multiple water bodies, because the water bodies are rectangular and just can't go odd shapes or anything, it'll still activate all of them. Once though, I might just buy a metal thing to help me add mental code and then go back and look at the code either way. Either way, help me for it. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, let's see, I can bring up the way it's done in this game. I think it's actually just on the character themselves. Yeah, I don't remember what it was at. Poppet. I'm gonna have to make some of the characters also have this cool movement, but mostly just Poppet has the cool movement and everybody else is lame. Nice. She's a child of the sandbox character. So here's what they do for theirs. I'm just saying. Seems kind of like a lot. Mostly it's like a ray trace thing. But what you could do is you can get the game animation sample and open their thing up and just look at how they do it and kind of build off of that. This doesn't need to be anywhere close to half of what they do in here though. It's pretty over the top complicated because it does based on various ledges and types and things. So I wouldn't do it. Part of where I say this thing is so overcomplicated it wouldn't be good for your game. You can just see how much garbage they put into it. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's just, yeah. Even I haven't looked at everything this does. I was like, yeah, you guys got this. I think they said it's a simple version too, which is hilarious to me. I was like, this is your simple version? Jesus. Yeah, perform traversal action. And it's like, this is a relatively simple event that can be replaced with a more robust traversal system, and is here for demonstration purposes only. Meanwhile, I'm using it in my game. I mean, I don't think you need all this crap. This is designed to, like, it changes the various movements and everything like that based upon, like, the kind of thing that and the height of the character, you know, like, how depth and the depth of it, the height of it, like, you know, Poppet can do a whole bunch of parkour stuff that you won't see her do in the game because most things are usually so tall. But she can bound over ledges and like that. She can do all kinds of crazy crap for the one or two. I mean, let me grab a level block traversable. Like Poppet's way more mobile than you think she is. It's just I don't have much use for it, so it's like, cool, good, what a great deal, bro. Neat. She can have her jump and grab from there or something. She most certainly can jump and grab if you want her to. Make this like less deep or something. It's hard to gauge just how big they need to be to trigger all the animations that they have. You can bound across stuff too. And she's like way more mobile than you think because it's wild. They have all this stuff. Why am I over here again? Is that on the right game mode? Fair point. Yeah, I think it's overkill for a game. Figure out how to do it myself. Yeah, I would. I say I think you're just setting yourself to flying and then moving the character, and that's it. Like I don't. Like you disable their controls and then just go yeah, and just move them. It's probably really simple. Oh, she has double jump. That ruins everything. I have to disable double jump. Yeah, double jump screws it up. You should be able to vault stuff though. If I don't jump it. There's a lot of animations depending upon the order you grab things in. Try to get them all to trigger though, because there's like over 500 of them. What if she hits the ledge backwards? What happens? I don't know. Double jump. I need the like level thingy that's pre-set up where they have the right distances so the character will run across them perfectly. I can't remember how they had it all set up. I wonder if I even still have that level. I doubt it. I think it was so set up to just run around. I think I deleted it. Yeah, I did. Damn. Well, setting someone to fly is actually surprisingly very easy. I'll just set Poppet to fly just so you can see. We'll do it on her event begin play, so she just flies. Actually, no, because she'll disable it as part of the loading thing. I have a special setup here that will disable it. So let's not do that. I'll just set it on one of the little keys or something like that. We'll do the U key. I'm not using the U key. I know I'm not. Debug key U. Okay, so from the other side, we're gonna get character movement. Set default movement. The default land movement mode. Set to flying. Just for fun, I can go, okay, cool. Let's do a flip-flop. A, she goes to flying. B, her mode goes back to walking. Okay. Cool. Now if I hit you should fly, right? Yuki? There we go. I'm flying now. Of course, it doesn't show a flying animation because her default animation for movement is walking, of course. But if I hit you again, she should fall. In theory. Or not. Why is she not falling? Is it because flip-flops are lame? It's probably because flip-flops are lame. Character movement. Yes. We will check if she's already flying. If so, do this. True. Actually, no, we'll do false. And if not, do this. Then we'll put them in the other order because it looks stupid the way I had it. I think what was happening is I was pushing the key over and over really fast, and I don't have a thing stopping it from just rapidly pressing, so. Nope, it's a node called a flip-flop, where each time it does the opposite of what the previous one was. Probably need a delay. I actually use this for the other thing, but I have a much more complicated system. I was just trying to do a really simple one to explain it. I'm gonna do it once here, just to do some things here. Put a delay at the end of each of these of like, I don't know, 0.2 seconds, just to show off what I'm doing, and then reset the do once. This is not code I plan on keeping, so I'm not going to beautify code that I'm just going to delete in a second anyway. You know? Doesn't even work. What am I doing? I'm being dumb. Well, it's supposed to be a simple instruction on it. As me trying to do a lazy way that's just less good if I just did a variable and just said, yeah, sure, whatever. Oh yeah, well, this explanation's been terrible so far. Just saying, just saying. I'll just do the flip-flop, it's easier. A will set to flying. I don't really want to go to all the trouble to make a bunch of variables I gotta delete later and everything. I would do it if I was gonna make a tutorial, but since I'm just doing a quick explanation that turned out to be not so quick or not so good, yeah. I gotta have character movement, you're right. You right. Thanks for following, White Joven. How's it going? That's fair. What's interesting is the walking is not triggering walking. Even though it's literally saying walking over and over and over, and then walking, flying, walking, it's still not doing it. Have I forgotten something? Maybe. That movement flow flying, that movement mode falling. Oh, I'm dumb. Oh yeah, it's offset there. And then it's just set movement mode is the command it's supposed to be. Also, this says walking on both, which is why it's confusing. Okay, so I'll make this simpler in a second here. I was like, this is not working. It should work, but this is not working. I am dumb. I'm stupid. Sure. It's not supposed to be this hard. Not that complicated. Flying. Yay. Falling. Flying. Yay. Falling. Oh no. You to fly. And you to fall. So you probably don't even need to do once. In reality, what you need is a flip-flop. And then this should be all the code you actually need. I'll double check to be certain it's all the code you actually need. It's just these 3 nodes. The other thing is just to be certain that you don't rapidly press the button and cause some, you know, a little bit of issue, like delays and I do once, but as you can see, it works just fine the other way too. So, push you again. Okay. Here's how you do it. You type key and then whatever you want. We'll say key 9 or something like that. And then create a flip-flop. Set the character movement mode to flying as A, right here, and set the character movement mode to falling as B. And then when you hit that key, it will in fact cause it to fly or fall, depending upon which one is currently the active thing. That's it. That's how you set up flying. Nothing special. Super easy. I was just making it harder because I was using the wrong one. I'm like, why am I messing this up? Obviously, I don't wish to do any of that because I already have flying. And obviously, if you wanted to, you could, you know, get player controller. Is just player controller? Cheat manager? What is a cheat manager? Is there multiple player controllers? That's just we get player controller. And then you can set them to flying. And then you can be like, set actor location. And then enable movement. Sorry, enable input, my bad. And that's all you'd have to do to set up the elevator thing, really. You wouldn't need this flip-flop here, it would just be push the button to do this. Leave the flip-flop off there. Pick the location you want them to move to, and this will basically teleport them. You can click teleport and it'll actually teleport. And that's all you need. Oh, you'll want to set the movement mode actually back to, like, you know, falling or walking. Either one will work, because falling will lead to walking. So you'll want to go like this. Put this in here. And then do it. And that should do what you want. Yeah, exactly. That's all you need. Just do that. Now, you could do it a better way where your character moves to a certain space, like, you know, by having it, you know, do some kind of alert setup. Or actually an R-interp, anything like that. So it would be like timeline. Actually, you don't need a timeline. Just get actor location. Like an R-interp. Do. Wrong one. It's probably just alert. Alert vector. Is that it? Oh, alert has to have that, doesn't it? You need a timeline for the alert. Let's create a timeline. I have a lot of timelines. Add timeline. What'd you post in the Discord? Where did you post it in the Discord? It doesn't have anything in the Unreal Engine thingy. I mean, the line trace by channel will just, you know, pause it to check and see if you were hitting something, and then you can get the line trace to find out if you hit something. This way it can just be triggered off of a button. Like, this is like the code you'd do after that if you wanted to. Like, the line trace purpose, point of what you're talking about is mostly just to see if you're hitting something, because there's a line going out from your character, and if it hits something to interact with, then it goes, oh, okay, cool. That's what Poppet does to check if she can hit things. Like if she can interact with anything, she actually has a line trace just coming out from her the whole time. It's not visible because I wouldn't want to see that all the time, but I can set it to visible and you can see that she actually just has one perpetually checking. That's how she displays the icon things and also lets you know if she can hit anything. He's watching things. Beep, 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 beep. It's actually just clicking there. It's the camera that's coming off of it. It's kind of weird how it looks, but it actually almost seems kind of backwards. It clearly works though, because if it didn't work, well, you know, it wouldn't cause the things to show up. But it's based off of the camera location, and it's a little wonky and weird. Yeah, she has a perpetual thing watching. Yeah, well, I mean, if it's just a button like that, like you don't need to check and see if it's hitting those things like that. You can just have like a button in front of it. It's like I push the button. Okay, it triggers the thing of the character flying. It runs the code I was building over here. And then it says, yeah, okay. And that's it. That's all it does. Nothing special. No weird crap. Where was I even making all that? I don't even remember now. Over here. Yeah, it would just do... I go to like a timeline here. We're gonna add a track. No, it's a float track, my bad. First time there. We'll 0, 0. And we'll say over like 2 seconds. And I'm just gonna put one over here and I'm gonna make it time of 2 and value of 1. And you just take that wonderful thing here. Put this on a play from a start. I'll break this a different way here and get the code exactly as it's supposed to be. Finished. You're going to want like a target location, and you put the target location here, whatever it wants to be. In this case, I'm going to just get the actor location, and I'm just going to split it, and I'm going to add like some values to it just because, why not? Sure, add 100. I'm gonna do the same thing for like Y or something, and yeah, I'll just do 100 each one. I could have just done a vector thing or something, whatever. Sure. You can pick your location however you want. I would obviously have a better way of doing a location if I actually was going to use this, but since I'm not, I'm just going to connect up a bunch of results here. And then the new track here that you made in there, that connects up to the alpha, and that is what will dictate how fast it happens. I'm just going to update it. And then on finish, I'm going to do this. I set this to the 9 key, sure. See if it breaks. Probably will. Yeah. Zoom. Oh no! And she teleported, yay! Of course, I disabled the input there, and I need to enable something different. 1 second, I forgot to re-enable input. And that's because I put the player controller here, and I didn't do self. That's because it defaulted that, sure. You'd probably just add 1, you get like a forward direction or whatever. Oh no! Yay! But look, it's obviously going the same direction because I told it plus 100 to everything. We see how you can do that. And look, if I was in like first person mode, look. Well, I guess she jumps out forward, but still. That's basically what it is. You wouldn't see your character, so you don't need to play an animation because you're in first person mode, so. Let's see. Share blueprint code. Guess I could also just clip it so you can see this code. I don't know if you can actually see it close enough like that. Kind of hard to show you. Whoa. Yeah, I'll just click clip it, and then, you know, that'll be available as well in case you want to see the clip of it. If it's, but also there's a paste blueprint option. Like that. I'll put it in the Discord so you can see the I'll reply to your thing with it. And now you can just go to the site and see the code I put in there without having to remember all that. Yeah, no need to take a picture now. It'd be good to go, and I don't want this anymore because I don't need it. And like I say, depending upon what location you pick would dictate everything. The location you would want would obviously be wherever the, you know, dumbwaiter is you're trying to put them in, and then you would probably, well, you could just give them the option to climb out if they want. I mean, you probably don't have to enable their movement immediately. You could also give them some other options too, but well, that's a different portion of it. Anyway, I too am going to set the actor location. I'm gonna have it teleport because I don't need it to interact with anything on the way. Let's promote this variable, and this will be a activated location. Actually, do I want to actor, or do I want to say actor transform? No, I don't need this. I'm gonna set the actor transform. I don't necessarily want to transform the water, but just in case it comes up later, I might want to scale something or rotate it. So doing this now, I'm going to use the same code, even though this is specifically on here, but you know, I might change it somehow or even squish it. Awesome. Hopefully it helps. Puzzle active. I always start transforming there. I never check what they actually are, but actually I could just write that there. And then we'll just call it the default transform. Or maybe puzzle not active transform. Just default transform is fine. This is what it's normally going to be. We're always going to do this here. I'm probably not going to have any additional effects on it yet. I'm not sure what effects I'm even going to apply to moving the water up and down, but all right. In the construction script, I'm going to add my own stuff here. And we're going to get actor transform. I'm going to set the default transform to that. This way I can change the transform all I want and it won't matter. It'll always be good to go. Whereas if I set it to whatever the default transform is in advance, then I'm going to have to manipulate it that way and it's going to be weird. But you get whatever the default is. Perfect. That's what I should be doing, but a lot of times I did it the other way. Need that, and I need very little else. You have a room information already, right? I have that. Name. Do you not have a room name? Well, let's fix that. And these are going to have the tag water, I suppose. I also want to instance editable the other information here too while I'm at it. Like this, did I not make a second transform? Did I rename the first one? Is that what I did? Okay, that was my bad. Fine. Puzzle active transform. The default one I don't need to change up, but this one here I'm gonna go ahead and set it to be instance editable, and I don't really want a 3D widget. I will expose and spawn though, I suppose. Oh, wait, do I want a 3D widget? Okay, I might want a 3D widget. Alright, so they have water. I'm going to make a little obstacle course for Poppet. It's not very handy most of the time. Like, it's actually just kind of annoying to sort of vault over things. I don't really like it very much, to be honest. I need a button. Mouse died. The mouse. I really gotta buy a new one. This mouse is such garbage. Well, no, because it'll always... Will it always be in the same room? No, it won't. Let's make this puzzle room name. But I'm also going to give it a room name. I don't think it needs a room name yet, but it might. But see, the thing is if I make it where there's like a button that you can push that's like, say like on a control panel outside of a room and it controls stuff in the room, this will let it activate stuff in that room because it's looking for that room in particular. Hey Lepus, how's it going? I'm making buttons that do things. Oh, this is stretched. Oh god. That is not good. I guess I'll be changing some things up in a bit for that one. Alright, well, puzzle active transform. I doubt this works in the first try, but maybe it does. Yeah. Making a universal button. Okay. I thought I disabled that, but I guess I just didn't, and it's really annoying me. It's just in front of me the whole time, so I'm gonna remove it. Never do this again in front of me. Oh. Well, first of all, I'm gonna make the button bigger because it's tiny and I don't like it. And do I just default it to bigger? Maybe I do. That's really tiny, and Poppets can have a hard time jumping on it, so it needs to be bigger than that. Even though in reality it would never need to be that big. I don't care. The whole point is Poppet has to jump on things because it's more fun that way. Okay. Water. Oh, thanks for your room, Comsci. How's it going? Here's some time for me to make buttons that activate stuff. The universal button. You push the button and things happen. Based on the room you're in. And the actor tag that's tied to it. So I never have to make more than one. So I was playing with the widget switcher and I think I broke a few things. So you know you've been playing with the widget switcher when things are broken. Now I love widget switcher. And widget switcher loves me. We plan to elope together. Good times. Okay. Oh, I'm a goofball. Let me ungoofball this, shall I? Okay, I just can't stand having lines across everything. It just bugs the crap out of me. Oh, while I'm at it. I don't. Give you a shout out. I get so caught up when I do it, I forget to do that for people, and do that more often. I can do what Fox does and just shout everybody out, but I never remember to even shout like half the people that I should. There we go. Button. Yay. I mean, it didn't move the underwater effect, you understand, but that doesn't matter. It moved the other part. The underwater effect should probably be tied directly to the thingy. And I just didn't have it on there because that's the reason I didn't have it. But the location it put it at was not ideal. Because it should have moved it down to clicky to water. Clicky. Yeah, it should have moved it down to here. But I think this is a relative versus not relative thing. Also, it's squished, but you know, squishied. That shouldn't matter. I could not use the relative thingy like that. I think if I don't use the widget, it won't be relative. I'll double check that, because that could be an issue. So if I just get rid of the crap widget that I don't like, and I just pick a number, that's probably good enough, right? Crap widget is crap. And a widget. Can I compile it? Thank you. Awesome inventory that pops on the screen at real time and the player can control it with enhanced input. Nice. Also, those buttons are remappable. You proud myself that one? It's a lot of work. Congratulations. A lot of work. I know how much UI stuff is, and it's a lot of work. Too much work. That's probably why I bought a pack that had some of this stuff already. Well, all the default crap I didn't want to do. Like control remapping and the like. Obviously, they couldn't make a menu for my game because they didn't know what minute game needed. And it was just an asset pack on Fab. Yes. Actually, I guess I could stick with that and then it'd just be set relative location. That would be fine. Or I can just split this and pick a number. Or I can go to the puzzle active transform this and like that and just put the number in myself. Not ideal. And we'll just say we'll set you to, obviously that number is insane. This number here, but we'll drop it by like down to like that. Everything else can pretty much stay the same. I don't care. I'm curious if it becomes relative or not on this one. Because if you use the little widget, it's relative. Yeah, it's like it doesn't, where are you ending up? Because if it's just gonna be relative the whole time, then that's fine. Okay, well you see, print string should be considered relevant across the board. Like I shouldn't have to unclick relevant because you can print string basically everything. Like unless it's like something that cannot be print stringed at all, it would always just be a thing. I just don't think they understand. I don't care if my code is ugly when I'm just testing. Well, when I'm just using print strings, so I'm gonna delete the print strings so they can be ugly. Are you making your button? Well, I took the button off of the magician altar, so I'd have to do it again. I'm gonna keep that on the screen real fast here. I'm gonna use this for so many puzzles, including the piano puzzle. I realized I just wanted more puzzles, so you know, that's a thing. It'll let up real fast. So anyway, the last one ends up with, oh, I see, the scale changed. That's a problem. Because I didn't do the previous scale, which was, sure. Yeah, what I'm doing with the button, I'm checking a box collision if, well, I guess I'll start with the simple things here. The button itself is a static mesh component that I made with a geometry mesh. I took a cylinder and put black on it, and then I had a button. Doesn't mean really what's a button, but just, you know, like a little small cylinder. I made mine really big because so Poppet could jump on it. Button collision on the top. Unfortunately, there's no good collision for this. I could just have an on hit, but the problem with on hit is if she hits the sides. Oh yeah, Prince. Yeah, I do that and just put it into Grito all the time, so you'll see me do this a lot. Because I'll forget things otherwise. And I have a control panel here that's just this thing that just doesn't matter. It's just literally a block here. which I'll probably change it up, make it smaller. I just had text to go with it, but I might not have the text there, or I might have the text be smaller. And then we're just doing the actor as tag Poppet. Real simple. If the button is not activated, then activate it just so she can't continuously activate it. And then a timeline just to set its relative location with a lerp, you know, between its current location of where it is now and then the new location. It's just minus 30. It's not like a big deal. And then I'm doing at the end of it, I'm doing a for each loop for all the actors with the puzzle tag, which up here at the start, I have a puzzle tag, and it's an actor tag I've just given to every particular puzzle thing in that room that I want to use it for, right? And I give it all as just an array thing. This way, if there's like multiple things using it. So over here I go, yeah, for each loop. Each of the puzzle actors, I check their room information because I only want to activate the ones that are in this room. Like, I don't want to move all the water in the game, just the ones that are currently in the room that she's in, or whatever puzzle I want to activate. And then the puzzle active, is it already active? It's just a, once again, interface, it just returns, hey, true or false. If it's true, deactivate it. The start puzzle just sends back, hey, deactivate this. Or if it's false, then start it. That's it. And then, do I even have the button check thingy? Do I make it undo it? Yeah, right here I should be having the Poppet button checked to see if she's still on it. Forgot all about that. When you steal code from your other stuff. Poppet button check. I used to do the on actor begin overlap, but the problem with that often is the character can cause the end overlap to happen before the overlap is finished. It works like crap every single time. It's the worst way to do things. They might as well remove end overlap from the engine. It's so crap. So, make certain that it triggers when I want it to. I have a looping event that goes, hey, is it overlapping the actor? Okay, we'll just keep waiting, and then it does a timeline to fix it. So this way, it will keep checking that Poppet is not there and pop itself back up. Otherwise, it can end up with a weird scenario where it gets stuck down but activates, or it gets stuck the wrong way. This way, it doesn't do that, because it will immediately return itself to popped up if Poppet isn't around. It'll keep checking too, so if it ever gets confused, it'll still check and put it right back there. And it stops looping the second it does. And just keeps looping until it finds her doing that. So that's my usual strat. So yeah, this button will always just, you know, activate whoever has a particular actor tag and the right room name. That's all it does. It doesn't need to directly reference them. Well, I mean, it does send interface messages back and forth, but it itself never directly references it, so they're not tied together. So this button can be in any button. And I could replace it with something else too. It doesn't have to be a particular button. It could be like a, you know, a thing you turn to activate or something like that. But I just figured buttons were easier because for Poppet to turn a giant thing, she basically just has to magician it. And you can magician all things, right? But jumping on a button is also kind of fun because, you know, I want to have a console with lots of buttons that you can jump up and down on. I can also have multiple directions that they do, like each button could have a different puzzle activate thing. I might improve it as I go along. I can have a puzzle state. We'll see. I might make more complicated ones. It could happen. It really could. But for now, this is my experiment to see how I like this particular setup. In time, I'll make it much cooler, but you know, that's in time. So I don't have the right transform, so I should fix that. It's instance specific, so. So it's possible it's just ending up some weird location. Just to double check. That might actually be too far down too. I don't know why I picked that number anyway. The number seems like it's actually really far down and I don't... Yeah, I should not have done that number. Let me just do a quick way to test where I need it to go. I want this number, but I'm... Well, I don't know how to undo, but... Undo element. Okay, I just want to copy this thingy. Because I was just putting it through the ground. I could, that's the code was probably even working. My location was stupid. There we go. And this way, instead of having some garbage underwater thing with needing all special kinds of movement and have to deal with the physics like that, which I guess I could just use time dilation and slow her down. That's true, I could time dilate. Well, now I want to test time dilation real fast because I just want to. Room info? Nope. The key stuff is difficult underwater. What's even checking for the... It's like an underwater thingy like that, but what I'm looking for is the Emperor. And that is... I think it's called the Kill Cube, right? Wait. That was a blocking thing? What was the code for this? I have to remind myself this code because... Well, I have it on the weapon parent and I'm too lazy to remember it manually. Ah yes, global time dilation. That's what I wanted. So if the Emperor is active... If everything moves slower underwater, why don't I just globally time dilate everything? Ooh. 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 I realized that was through there. I have to have an underwater tag check if I was going to do that. I don't know if I'd ever swim or not. I don't know if she could swim. Why is the particle not active? What I use to trigger the Emperor? I need to merge all these into one thing. I don't know why I haven't. Long time to load this area. Initializing world. Not initialized? Wait, what? Generated warnings. What kind of dumb crap are you doing now? You know how many times it gets resaved? Seriously, guys. Never Unreal does something stupid. Every time you build the things, it's like, I have to resave everything. Apparently that doesn't count as resaving the level. Or when you just select save all, you think that would count as saving the level. It is not. It is not how it works. You have to go through and literally... Okay, it's just being dumb. Just ignore it. Sometimes it's just dumb. You don't worry about it. The game literally packages. I don't understand what it's thinking today, but it doesn't matter. No. I'm here to check time dilation to see if this effect is cool or not. Either way, I'm probably going to have you lower the water. I don't know if I'm going to have the Emperor be a real factor, but... Oh, well, yeah, okay, see. Yeah, I know you hate splines. Here. I swear the number of bugs that appeared on my screen because of 5.4 having so many problems with splines and them never fixing it since. Very high. I jumped out of the water and then it once again does that. Well, it does slow you down in the water. I guess that's not terrible. Oh, I gotta... Would that even be fun, though? Like, really? Oh... It works until the other thing tells it to do this. I think the weapon will actually cause it to reset global time dilation on some things. Because I have it on the hits that resets global time dilation, so I need to probably... do something like that. Yeah, I think I'm just going to tie all those codes together, the water code and everything, just to the Emperor. Everything tied to one thing, so I don't have to have like 3 different things that she has to worry about touching. Headbanging, yeah. Just headbanging, do. Yeah, I had so many problems with him flying. He's just going nuts here. I could have a later version of the Emperor move normally underwater. I kind of wanted to give active powers to all of them. But the problem is if I make underwater a thing, then the Emperor has to stay active the whole time, right? Because otherwise it will, she would just die if she ever switched off, which would be stupid. So... Do I really want to tie the kill cube to that sort of thing? I think the kill cube is actually What does it though, right? The underwater post process is... I think there's like an underwater actor. Is this just a post-process volume with nothing special on it? I think that might be it too. I'm gonna copy one and drag it with me. There's one on the other one. So it's gotta be, oh, well, fair enough. Good luck with the meeting, Lepus. I'll still be here, playing around with water for a bit and puzzles. And for a bit, I mean probably hours, because there's probably a lot of puzzles I want to make tonight, and I'm kind of designing the water concept for the next area. I think it'd be a lot more fun if you just raise and lower it. Then it poses like a threat. Going underwater doesn't seem that great. You wouldn't be able to use it in many locations, probably. Raising and lowering the water has the same effect. If I make it where the water can be raised and lowered, that also means that it's can be used as a threat. Water just going up and down. Or things can trigger it as well beside you. But I do probably want to tie everything to the water as far as what it does. Like all the kill cube stuff. Because otherwise, well, actually, I mean, they could just be tied to water as well. All of them can. Of course, then I have to have a special code for each one to move it down, as opposed to just moving the whole actor. Kinda lame. Of course, then the code would be useful for everything that wants to use those things. As opposed to, you know, when you having to have multiple versions of the stuff anyway. Actually, I guess my real question here, with the kill cube here, like maybe I don't need my water to be as complicated as I thought, right? Like let's say I take a kill cube. Like that water looks cool, but it's really heavy. My question really is, do I really need to have that water system, or shall I just ditch it because it's not particularly necessary? This material is terrible. I'm gonna close the other version of Poppet Quest. I don't think I need it right now anyway. The backup one where I was just migrating from it. The only thing I might want from there is like the VFX anyway. This water is really not nice looking though. Doesn't like really changed much, did it? Oh, I could just do that. And then I don't have to have the other stuff. I can just, you know, skip out on this ridiculously complicated thing and then just have a kill zone that does it all. This water looks really nice though. But does it look nice because of anything in particular, or does it look nice because it's the material and, you know, this other crap is just unnecessary garbage? Well, I'll put the in-water base back on here because originally that was what I had, but I thought it wasn't looking very good. Turns out it just wasn't showing because I didn't have it on. Is that even that much different? Now I have questions. The other thing is really heavy, and I don't particularly care for it myself, but how close are you? Is there even a way to tell the difference? Not really. In fact, I would go as far to say it's essentially the same. I guess this one might move a little more, maybe? Well, I think the materials are pretty much covering that anyway. And then I could just have an underwater post-process to it as well, and skip out on this entire asset pack that's kind of garbage, because it's full of so many bugs from the fact that, you know, the guy hasn't updated it since UE4. He just marks it as, yeah, you can use it. We're not even going to talk about the river system and how hard it is to get that to draw. Like, it's so slow, it's unreal. Well, it's not Unreal's fault, so it's just super slow. Don't want to sound like it's Unreal's fault. Yeah, this should all just be one thing. I don't know why I need a whole system. And then if I just make the volume itself also apply a post process. It's not water, it's kill cubes. Yeah, kill cubes. So what is the post process anyway? What's the thing for it? What do I tie to this? Can you show me only the modified stuff? I probably can't do it that way, but I can copy this, or I can just dump this on here. So let's get that and set that as the thing that's available, and then we'll add a post process to you. And I'm gonna want it is under post process materials. Rendering features. I couldn't remember which one it was under, so I just did that and cheated. Asset reference, the one that I currently have selected from the other one. Excellent, excellent. Come here for a second, buddy. Why is it everywhere now? Kill cube? What you doing, buddy? It's you, isn't it? No? Why are we in underwater even though there's no reason to be underwater? But I could cheat. My relative. That one's like huge. Curious. Why does this apply to the whole world? It has different options in the when you put it in the blueprint. This is interesting. Here, let's use this. I'm just curious to see if it's based around the material itself doing something weird, because it doesn't make sense what's happening. So the only easy answer I have is, of course, that, you know, it's something to do with that. Where'd it go? Where, oh where? Where did I leave you? Only Walmart. That's fine. My bad. I was like, what? If it applies to post process, then I'll know that that's not applying a post process. I like that the show's on the side. This is actually more effective than the other water one because I don't have to create some side crap. I can just go inside. Well, I actually don't need to have the post-process do whatever material this is either. Oh, you can't set oh, never mind, I'll do this here. Let's make it visible. Not visible. Who needs a water system? I mean, I don't sound like I'm doing much with the water system anyway. Most of its effects weren't that great, since they don't work very well anymore. It's literally set to unbound. Is it just not set to auto-activate? Maybe that was it. I guess it's already kind of pretty blue out there as is, so maybe I won't be able to see that because it's so blue. Usually this doesn't work. There's something on the screen, so it's clearly activate the post-process, as you can see. It's not the right effect. I just grabbed one that said underwater. I was hoping that'd be the right one, but it was not. Right, it's having issues with the graphics card. That would be terrible if I had to replace my graphics card. I don't know if I can afford one right now. It'd be like a little particling. That would be the sad. Oops. Close the whole thing out. Have to look something up here if I'm inserting on this here. And now everything's set to be active, which is not the goal. But it shouldn't even be set to visible otherwise. It's also so blue that it's hard to tell anyway. Try to put it in the light or something, but even then. I don't get why it causes this problem. I swear it must just be that material itself. I'll take a bio break real fast. I'm right back. Indeed. Oh, is that how it rolls? All right. So I can't use my kill cube for it, but I can have a box collision. Is what it looks like. Can they just be friends with each other and save me some time? Aha! I'm under the water! Aha, I'm not! Aha, I'm under the water! The only thing I don't like is that the cube doesn't really show the water thingy, but I guess you wouldn't... Well, that would be kind of something, so I almost wonder if I need like a reverse thingy above or something like that to show the material. Like a plane? It looks like there's water above? That how it works? When was the last time you were underwater and you looked up? I think is the question. When you look up from underwater, I guess you don't... I don't know what you see. Well, it's snorkeling. That might have something useful. When you snorkel, what do you see? I'm not putting it on the screen because there's people in bathing suits, which might be weird on Twitch. I don't have the protection of the OF people that they seem to. You do see an effect like that, though. You very much do see a rippling weird effect across the top. Well, that's interesting indeed. So that's true. This is just set to be the size of that, so I never have to reset the size again. But I can also set the other with a similar size setup. I guess I'm gonna need a plane, right? Back to a plane. We'll call this the water... underwater... type. Surface plane. Sure. Okay, so we're gonna do with this thing here. We're just gonna 180 that. And then... what is the material I have for this? Honestly, actually I should do it this way here. Use the basic shape material the rest of the time though, just so it's perfect. I don't think I care on the other ones there. But I'll just dupe the materials so I don't have to make it too crazy. I don't really have one for this yet, but you never know. I might make one. All right. And it's going to copy everything but the Z transform, right? Oh, that's when the bag on. Smart. Ooh, it does have water above it. Perfect. I mean, it's rock hard because it's, you know, got collision and it's not supposed to, but listen, one thing at a time. I don't think it needs any collision at all. Yeah, you can see the stuff above it. Really dark, so I might want something less dark for under there, I think. This water is not very clear. You really can't see very well into it. Unlike this water, which... Well, honestly, this water doesn't have much... I actually think it has the same similar thing this one did, where it just has the underwater thing here. Interesting. It used to be I had 3 different blueprints, right? I had this water, I had an underwater effect, and a kill thingy. But having just one that does it all, it's got to be better. Stop that. Autosave does not behave in Unreal Engine. It sits there and continuously bloats a directory that's super hard to find. And instead of just overwriting the autosave over and over, it just keeps adding new ones and eventually just completely fills up the drive. It's the stupidest setup. I disable it every time. I just paranoidly save anyway. With like, you know, Control Shift S, so I don't really lose information. Oh. Here's my thingy. These look really similar to me. Whoa. Okay, well, that was a lot. Only that one doesn't have side water. Like this one here, it shows water to the side. So it doesn't show it like off to the sides of the thingy. But then again, this one doesn't either, so okay. Now let's just get rid of this super heavy water, shall we? Here's the funny thing that you might not have realized. Because I literally just had the kill zones there, all the kill zones look like lakes now. So I don't actually have to figure out where that, because I had already done that a while ago with the kill zones. So now it looks like nothing happened. Isn't that great? Nothing happened. Now you know. I mean, these are a little lower than I wanted to be, I guess, in this area here, but not been much. And then I don't need these underwater post processes anymore. We've evolved beyond that. So my water works better than his water did. Kinda, does it? Sort of. Huh. What works better than the other one does. That's true. And I don't have all their garbage coding either. Oh, it's the Jeffs. There we go. Sure. I was like, what in the world is spamming that? It's annoying. Hey, Fluorescent Strawberry. How's it going? Work for class? Nice, nice. Does it work for the class or just regular work? Because if it's work before the class, now you understand how I did school. Have you ever written a 10-page paper the day before it's due? Have you really written a paper? Not you till Thursday. Aren't we all getting two issues doing it on time? Who does that? That's a weird. More productive at night? Me too, yes. That's why all the villagers go missing. Nothing, how's it going? Listen, the mines aren't going to fill themselves, okay? Just saying. The children yearn for those mines. Minecraft said so. And Minecraft would never lie to me, I mean... Probably. I hope not. I mean, geez, if you can't trust Minecraft, can you really trust anything? Seriously. Give me all these 9 million print strings. Oh, I see. I do not wish to mess with this right now. I really don't care about this particular AI yet. Oh, it's on the Puppet Master. Glowy nodes. Yes. Soon they will all have glowy nodes. It's like a free plugin. I'll read up. I'm blanking on its name now. Where you're just like blah 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 on something else and it doesn't even care. It is crystal notes. There we go. I knew I'd get it eventually by simply looking it up. Like a champion. Like a champion. Yep. It's fine thingy what here. I'll just link it in chat. And I'll link it in the YouTube chat as well. If anyone wants it. It's the goods. I use that and I use auto-size comments to resize all my comment boxes. Just laziness on my part. That's the extent of my customization of Unreal. There aren't many options to customize the nodes in Unreal. There really aren't. It's really the saddest thing I've ever seen. I'm just like, but I want to customize. Nope, no customize for you. I'm like, all right. That's right, efficiency, not laziness. Yes, what? I'm just super efficient. Except for when I leave my stuff in weird places and can't remember where I put it. Also, Jeff does not have an alternate. Well, no, Jeff can't have an alternate death because he's not a regular thing there, so I'll have to like make him blow up or something. Are we certain that Jeff is what's asking these questions? Perhaps the NPC has these obnoxious messages on it. I should have labeled what they were. Or not left them. But instead I did that. Not any of those. Ah, here we go. Looks about right. What, right? I don't care about none of this right now. Hey, Rasta. How's it going? Alright, so that should fix the Jeff makes way too much, you know, spam on my screen problem. I could ever play a swimming animation, I guess, but how's she gonna fight? That's the problem I have. Like, I'm still not certain what I'm gonna do about the underwater thing. I think it's better than it was because now it's all tied to one thing and I don't have to have a million of them and it looks exactly the same. Like, the other thing did exactly nothing. Alright, I fixed my dungeon timer and started to put a ceiling on my map. Nice, nice. Imagine having a ceiling. Who does that, right? In this day and age? We're hard moding this. This is obviously too easy if I can do it this way, by the way. I just thought I'd point that out. I'm not sure what to do about the water here. Let's figure out some sort of swimming thing here, but at least it's better set up. So with the ceiling and timer made, you ready to start having everyone battle? Release time next week, right? That's how it works? You good? Ready for instant release. Done and done. No problem. I guess I should... Am I defaulting to visible? I think I'm going to default to visible and then just make these invisible because I think there's very few of them I want to be invisible, but a lot of them I want to be visible. Especially if all the water's like that, and there's only like 4 of them I want to be invisible. Wait, there's 2 of you? Wait, what? Why is there 2 of you? I have questions. What is this one even doing out here? There's like 2 of them. Why? Oh. I know why. Building spawning issues are issues. I need to work on it today. Yep, the weird issues will never end. It's only through game dev that you realize all the errors you complained about when you're playing the games over the years were not as easy to fix as people thought. They're like, hey, wait a minute, this is way harder to fix than I thought it would be. Yeah. Yeah. Are you even default visible? I think you are, right? You are. I know I'm selecting the kill key, but I mean that. Actually, this should just always be invisible. Unless you're underwater. It only cares if you're underwater. That's about the jet engine going downhill. Exactly. You know, yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Yeah, just fix one thing at a time. You'll get there eventually, probably, maybe. Hopefully. Actually, I don't know if that's a true statement I made, but it's probably a true statement I made. I believe. Make this not visible. Yeah, I figured it was the top plane thingy, and because I turned it sideways, it was kind of there. And a problem. And kind of the wall of death. Yes. Yep. As I've always tried to tell people, if it starts ticking, you should probably run. I don't know why your game's ticking. Smoke's probably coming out. Time to back away from the computer. And always get another computer. Whether the project is done for. Ooh, now the kill plane replaces the need for water. I still kept these though, even though they don't super match. But that's okay. I mean, technically I could borrow the same material that kind of matches them if I wanted. If it uses a material, it should. Material. No custom material, huh? Oh yeah, you can transparent these. I forgot about that. And the reason why I didn't transparent them at first was because they're heavier. Also, nanite can't do anything with them otherwise, but to be fair, I don't use nanite anymore because I don't hate myself. It won't be done for that just that season after my latest back. What do you mean? I don't quite get what you're saying. Clearly I need more alcohol in my life. That fixes all my problems, and then I'll understand everything that is said by everyone. Or maybe I just will pretend like I do, and that'll be close enough. Maybe. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I gotta get myself an external storage thingy, so this way if there's ever like a fire or something, I can grab the little storage thingy and one day resume my game, because there's no way I'll be able to afford a computer after that. No. If the house burns down, game development gets put on hold. Until I get a house again. The transparent one does kind of look cool. I don't know if I need the transparent though. I don't think I'd care. Do I care? That's a question. Do I really care? Yeah. Who sleeps? I don't know if I like this better or worse. Transparent one? Interesting. Is there transparent water? I can... You know what? Maybe. Secret is just more caffeine and monitor radiation. You don't need sleep. You're just deficient in caffeine or monitor radiation. If you get the right mix of those, you'll never have to sleep again. It's perfect. They tried to convince me that there was more than 2 food groups. They're mistaken. Monitor radiation, caffeine are the only food groups. You need nothing else to survive. What's a transparent? I'm gonna check this transparent out. Our water could be transparent. That'd be kind of cool. It'll probably just go pop, but that's okay. It had a good run if that's what happens, you know? Yeah. Yeah, see, yeah. A good run. Yeah. Boop, boop, boop. Cube material. Yeah. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna set it instead because I'm being lazy. Do this and set it. I'll grab this material right here. Thankfully I had 2 of them, and I will set it here. Like this. And then I'm going to have just these. Like so. Water will have this one, which I will use this material because I'm being lazy and do not wish to do this again any other way. And then the last one we'll use, come on, coffee and pasta. Let me catch our scope. Do this, check that there. Both these will go into here, like so. And then I just do this, and then I won't have to change it 2 times each time. I'll change it once, and I won't have to update that code all that time. Better. The better method. So much better. Yes, yes indeed, the better method, yes. Alright, and then I was going to test this other one out, but then I clicked away from the material I had found after all that effort. And we'll now go find it again. What does tessellation mean? I don't even know, but I'll just test them all. I don't care. In service to it looking good. Whoa, whoa, okay, well. That is not what I was aiming for at all. I thought this would be much cooler looking since this is what they use, but I am sorely mistaken. Sorely mistaken. Okay, well, those suck. Weird. Thought their water would be easier to find. Right. Anyway. Those suck. Got it. I might have a better thingy anyway. What I usually use, but it's something for a transparent one. Water fountain. Interesting. Let's look at it. Oh, okay, now you understand why Poppet dies when she hits the water. Look at that. Jesus. It's the end of days. Mildly terrified. Do I not have a transparent? All the other ones are like white. Just want transparent water. I mean, clearly that's not going to get the job done, but I'm going to go look at my epic library of crap and see what I got, yeah? There's a water physics? Yeah. There's also a water materials, which I want to add. Apparently, we has a water physics. Easily add boats to your game. Well, well, well. Well, I don't have water physics. I'll install it to the engine, and then I'm not sure I'll enable it yet, but seems like something where I'm going to spend a lot of time reading a bunch of who knows what, and I don't know if I want to do that. But maybe. Just maybe. Underwater world. I mean, this looks promising. As far as water goes. Sure. Add it to the game real quick. Let's see. Didn't I add it to the pack? That's already in there, huh? I'm missing the right version, right? This isn't like the other version. It'd be awkward if it was. One sec. Sure. I was moving things around, so maybe I put the wrong one all this time, in which case I'm going to work on the other one then and not the Not this one. I'll just go back to what I was working on. You know, wouldn't surprise me if I made a weird error. Easy to tell. Am I just blind to what it was? I was eating a PB&J sandwich and it got all over my hands. I didn't want to touch the microphone and say, oh, I gotta go wash my hands. It's an expensive microphone, you know. I thought it was expensive. It was like $150 or something. So it's pretty expensive. I suppose there's pro microphones that are like way more expensive, but for a guy who had a $20 microphone before that, it's a pretty good price increase there. Okay, so apparently it is in here. Usually installs the top thing there. Casual assets, just the weird little tools from those characters. It's obviously not DAS, not decals. It's not the Dreamscape stuff. The environment stuff, something I set up. Unless the cartoon water shaders in there, sure. Maybe master materials, different thing. Holding pumpkin, obviously not. No, no, nope, nope. And this pulse thingy is literally the weird symbol on the windows. Old library, no. It's not Starlight Village. I recognize all those ones there. Am I sure I installed it to the right thing? I just installed the wrong one. Smart. I have two of them on the E drive. One's a backup for the thing like that, and I just... yeah. Too many versions. As soon as I get everything moved over, I don't want to migrate. I'll go back to just one version. Welcome back, Lepus. You're just in time to be just in time. I don't know what you're just in time for, but you are just in time for... Look at all these waters. Well, that's exciting. I don't get out much, so, you know. I'm liking it. called Underwater World? Underwater, sure. Right, so I can finally get my clear water, which is what I wanted. Not from this garbage waterfall. Well, that does not do what I want, per se. It looks kind of, like, awful. Well played, well played. It looks terrible. Thank you. I don't think that looks better at all. I had hoped that making it clear would make it cooler, but it really doesn't. Alright. Well, that's awkward. Well, I've got lots to experiment with, so maybe one of these looks like not trash. I mean, I was kind of hoping that the pack with all the water materials would have one that didn't look bad. But could be wrong. Jesus. Wow. Well, this is an ocean one anyway, so I'm not to use those. On scum. Oh, I gotta click that. I'm just curious now. Oh. That's actually kind of cool. Huh. Wait a minute. Hear me out on this one. I mean, it was nice to have the pristine blue water. But let's be real here. Which seems more like what should be? That pristine clear water or this with all the mushrooms growing out of it? Right? Doesn't this look better? You can kind of see underneath it too. And it still shows the crap on top too? Huh. Might be too laggy though, but sadly the underwater post-process material is not going to be like able to deal with all the weird crap in the water, but I gotta admit, I kind of like this one. Huh. There's another version too. Let me see about the other version, but that's... I think I'm going to be making some changes on this one. Yeah, well, this sucks. I guess it didn't suck as bad as I thought. It was just taking forever. Okay, it says this one's cheaper, but it looks cheaper too, so... By cheaper, it looks terrible. Jesus. There's another pond scum one there. Yeah, this pond scum thingy looks real good. Is this one better or worse? Or is it the same? I can't tell the difference. Or can I? I guess this one moves less, but less reflective. I kind of like that better, honestly. The less reflection. As opposed to the other one, like this way here, or... Basically it comes down to like how reflective is this crap, right? Because it's either this reflective, which is pretty reflective, Anywhere where there's a light, it's very apparent there's a light. Actually, I think there's not even a light there. It's just at a distance. Or this one is less reflective. I don't know why this area has a reflection on it, but shouldn't. Yeah, I like this setup here. This be looking good. Good. All right, well. We're gonna need another one that's gonna be called the Pond Scum. I'm not sure I'm gonna want that on all of them. Pond Scum. I don't see how that's an element, but we'll just treat it as water. And then I still want a water too, but even though, well, I don't want to use the Pond Scum everywhere though. It looks really good, so I'm going to want to use it at a lot of locations, but there's places where I'm not going to use it, obviously, so I think I'll do this and have the option to be either or. Element Pond Scum. Yes, Pond Scum. Yes. And the best part is I don't have to do all this extra things here. It's just all connects to the same thing. Let's make another one for water. Alright, well, we're back to water because, well, I'm going to use Pond Scum for that. I did have dreams of having water that didn't look weird, though I think the first water I had is the best looking water, and I'm mostly just being silly, trying to make it transparent, because transparent just really doesn't look very good, does it? Still, maybe this water pack is not crap. Lake Waterfall. Ooh. Oops. Okay, well that sucks. The fact that there's additional waterfall thingies is interesting to note. There's water splashes too? That could be helpful. I'm still getting the things it has here. Clean water. Part of the problem is anything that doesn't, you know, like if it doesn't block things, it doesn't look very good. What I'm seeing. Well, actually, this ain't too bad. But does that really look better? I'd probably want a different ground if I was going to use that. Maybe. It doesn't look bad. I think the ground is not great. So that part kind of sucks. But it's probably more accurate than what I would be expecting. Oh, you know, the other one was like, seemed like it was more like a lake because you couldn't see through it. And this is only like, you know, maybe like, I don't know, 5-6 inches of water. No, it's taller than Poppet. It's almost a foot of water. Whatever that converts to the rest of the world measurements. I'd say it's like no more than 1/3 of a meter. There you go. It's approximate. So that's the case. I'm gonna check a few more just to see if I like the materials better, but so far this clean water looks pretty good. Okay, that's terrible. Basically I want something that's just not moving a lot because it's not really designed to move a lot. You know, it's just kind of there. There's a cheaper version, huh? Sure. I guess I'll look. It's been my experience that cheap water looks exactly like you'd expect. Awful. And so I'm usually very interested in using it. Like, very unlikely to go with it. I think the water clean's the only one that's even remotely passable for this. It looks good. Like I said, I might change the ground out, but that's fine. I can easily just have an additional layer of ground on top of it to make it look, you know, different. Not have this particular ground, which is probably what I'm going to start doing from now on. Just having little mini grounds in places. Instead of trying to have the whole floor be a giant ground. And I can just have the whole floor be one other ground instead. Because a lot of these rooms I might not want to have, well, that specific ground. Obviously I'm switching all these to pond scum, but... Not that this looks bad, but the pond scum looks freaking awesome in here. So I'm just doing it. What a great system. I just changed everything I want to pond scum. Element pond scum. I don't know if I want to pond scum at all though. Like, I think I'm not going to pond scum these areas that have clean water in them. I think it'll just be the other. And I actually don't know if I even like the clean water anymore, seeing how it looks kind of like not great here. You really can't see it. Like, at first I thought it was kind of cool, but you just can't see it. But it's not that great. I'm like, maybe I stick with the original one I had. Yeah, because that doesn't even look very much like water on those. Like, it looked fine when it was out here. Oh yeah, that pond scum looks amazing. Holy crap, what a great setup. I could set this one to element pond scum. Actually, that doesn't look too bad. Of course, the regular water looked pretty decent too, so... I definitely don't like this water. I thought I did. I probably want to go back to the M water base. It just looks better, if you can just see it. It just looks so much better. You can't see clear though, like clearly through it. So I guess it's kind of a problem. Like, you can see it here because it doesn't... I guess it's a mildly clear version in general, so I guess it's not that bad. This doesn't make sense if there's like a waterfall going into it. Also, that waterfall seems really big for what it is, but listen, whatever. Why is this one all white? Just a light on it, I guess. I'm thinking of changing these waterfalls out. I think I got all the plans I cared about. That is awesome looking. Holy crap. Is there an underwater material to go with this swamp? Might be. Underwater river. River depths. Not what I'm thinking it is. Articles. Splashes, huh? Hey, Chara. How's it going? Oh, you should see my new pond. Look at how pretty it is. Look at how pretty it is. Oh my god. The new pond is new. It looks so good. I love it. Are you not streaming? I was gonna send you an emoji back, but I guess not. Yes. It is beautiful now. I love it. Except this. This is not pretty anymore. I don't even know if I need this anymore because it just doesn't... The cream filling is just not there, okay? Like, seriously, there's no cream filling. I don't understand what's up with this. Is there water here or something? Like, what is this? Oh, it's just a weird color. Because I wanted to blockade it? Why is that here? What am I looking at? Does it need to be there? I mean, I guess it's... No? It really doesn't need to be there? Okay. It's fair. Maybe change out these waterfalls for something interesting. But to be fair, this many waterfalls, the water would be a lot more clear than this. It's not wrong. Oops. Go these waterfall blueprints here and make a quick change. Oh. I don't know if I really like that. So far, the original is the best one. After all, it's just faking that it's actually falling in the first place. It's just a material. Well, that's interesting. Trouble is, the waterfalls almost don't even fit now. And how valuable is transparent, really? Hmm. Wish I could manipulate all the crap on there, something like that, have it like respond to things, but the simple reality is I don't have that, so yeah. AP Sunlight, what this? What this? Oh, okay, Sunlight Source Actor. Oh, I don't want to do that, I don't care. It's nighttime anyway. I don't know why I'm messing with that. I should know better. Some people. Some people's children. Waterfall. Oh. Well, I could replace what they have with my own waterfalls. Or these ones here. Wouldn't be horrible. But they also don't look very good. Lots of rock. That is some cool looking water though. Well, it's disgusting looking, but it's cool for what it is. I mean, don't get me wrong, I also like this water too. But do I like the pond scum better? Oh, that's right, this is garbage. I forgot about you. Be gone from this world, garbage. You do not belong here. Well, I guess the kill plane's way down there. There wasn't even one in there. Well, well, well. Let me get the Z of that one if possible. Waiting for it, waiting for it. I would like the Z of this one, thank you. And then I will delete it. Get on. You're like way out here. Oh no, looks okay. Rise from your grave. Bond scum everywhere. Okay, well, listen. Yeah. Yeah, about that. Oh, the scale's way different. That's unfortunate. I was just gonna cheat. Guess not. I'm just gonna delete these for now. I don't care. I'll copy the other ones from the other level in a minute. 12. I really do like this new one quite a bit. Looks a little crap from the sides when you do this, but I would be lying if I didn't think it looked cool. I could put glass back on the sides if I wanted. I'm not sure I'm going to do that because to be simply put it simply, it just doesn't look very good. From the inside, like the outside looks pretty decent, but inside it just looks terrible. So rather than do that to myself, I don't want to. Honestly, what I should do, the room info should almost have all this stuff tied to it. Like I can make these a room info as well. Just have post processes built into the room infos. I probably should actually have post processes built in. Now I know how to do it. Before I was having a real problem with it, and I was like, apparently it's just, it inherits whatever collision it's attached to. So instead of just being able to set its own like it would in the world. What do I know, right? What do I know? So much better than it was. I don't figure out how swimming works because they'll let you swim underwater or something if that's the case. Because right now she doesn't really have unlimited jumps. I could ghetto it. It wouldn't be swimming, but I could let her just jump infinitely underwater. It wouldn't be a swim animation or anything, but she could have a swim animation when she's underwater. This is like the most ghetto way of doing everything possible. But it works. Like, it's stupid. It's probably not the right way. But, hear me out. It works. Like jump number or something like that. No, it's not on there, is it? It's actually here. I require something really fast before I do this. That right there. Because of its strength, I want to set it back to 2. If not, then I'm going to just set it to 1. So, why am I going different? It's totally on this one. No, this I'll put this back over here so I can keep it a little neater, but what I want to do is go to Emperor. I don't need this. I really forgot they just set up as a regular stat. I doubt you're jumping more than 999 times underwater, and if you do, you'll fall to the ground once. Seems fair to me. I gotta raise the water up in this room too. Because it's below the music. Uh-oh. That means that you can basically float. Well, it's basically my version of swimming, right? So... she's kind of swimming like an idiot. Does that count? And this is how you make ghetto swim. With dash mechanic. Can I get through here? I can. There's a light somewhere around here. Right there. Into the pool, quick. Don't drown, lady. Oh no, I fell out of the water. If I split her animations with a swimming thing, maybe. Maybe Epic will be nice, and then the next game animation sample will have swimming. I don't know, I'm not swimming animations. This thing's not even wide enough at all. It's also too low, and well, it's not even close to the same height. Interesting. Yeah, okay, maybe that's a little much. Problem is, if I tied this to room info, then it would also have all these materials available at all times, which would be awkward. On the other hand, having a post-process built into each room would be interesting because I could have whatever post-process I want, but it would have to be I'd have to individually make them. I don't know if that would even work. Well, I mean, I could. It'd be instant setup post-process. But am I going to instant editable each post-process? I mean, I guess I could. Then you have like a thing that's the same size as the room itself. I don't know if the room info should actually be those things. I do kind of want to post-process attach them. I think I want that, but there are times where I don't want the water to be all the way to the ceiling, so I realized that the room info idea is not the best for water. How close are we to the thing here? A little too low. Wait, it's way down here. Holy crap, never mind. I'm confused about the little box. My bad. That wasn't too bad. At the right timing. Of course, I fell below the water, so that's not the right timing at all. So I wanted about this height, but what I want to do is adjust it a bit here. Actually, that doesn't make any difference because I'm just changing the size of this, so... It's outside of the room, so I can't tell where it's supposed to hit. I still have to put the code so it interacts with the puzzles. Water is just above me. Oh god, it's terrifying. You just look up and there, see this giant pool of water above you, and you're like, gonna fall eventually, and then I'm doomed. Oh, doomed. Down you go. Why did she suddenly gain move speed? That's weird. Maybe I don't time dilate it as badly as that. Maybe like a little less time dilation. Not really underwater physics, but you know, listen. It sort of works. This also seemed to trigger a little bit later than I wanted. I think that's the room info I'm looking at. Maybe not. I don't dislike it at all. In fact, you can just kind of swim around. Unfortunately, switching weapons plays with time dilation somewhere. Yeah, he hates splines. I get it. I'll grab myself something to drink real fast. Perfect. Let's just continue. So let's see. I don't hate this setup here. It seems pretty spicy. Is it near the wall? No. Well, let's reposition with this, you know, looking at that so I can see it near the wall. Oh, yeah, I was testing this thing here, but it's too ridiculously big. What are you? Um, just here? Okay. My phone's like a million miles away from my face. Hmm. Like a million miles to this thing here. I guess it's hard to tell in the dark, but I'm probably gonna put the walls back in anyway because I hate the glass. At first I liked it, but it just looks terrible from the inside, so. Which should be good. We at the end here. We are in these troughs. I don't know if I care about the little troughs anyway, to be completely honest. That kind of thing there. I suppose I could actually make it where it's bright enough to see. Might help. Surprisingly very hard to, well, not surprisingly very hard to place this in the dark. Well, if I get rid of this, I still don't have enough space, and I don't really think it needs to be there anyway. Like, why would it even be there? This weird trough that has nothing to really go to. Like, I don't see why it would be there. Placing this stuff with a roof on top is kind of annoying. I'm just gonna say it. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, I'm gonna put a thing on it anyway. It doesn't really matter that much. Cool. Now, to add a few extra thingies, because I added them all to this earlier, and clearly they were not necessary for here. So I need the puzzle one. And then I need do I need? Is that this room info? Sure. This will work for other stuff. It's just, you know, for purposes of the... Wait, why are we back to gray again? Oh, that's because I have the, Oh, that's right. I have the, when I migrated my project, it didn't keep all the settings for the plugins, so I have to redo them. I forgot if I want to use widget switchers or just make my own functions to show widgets. My widget switches are pretty easy. I don't know. Pretty big fan. I mean, you ain't gotta use them. Boy, they're pretty good. I had them set on mine. I can get pause menus, a pretty good example. Actually, those are go to widget. Those aren't widget switchers. The map would be pretty good. Every single button is literally just, you know, set active widget index. And it just changes out the thing for me. I don't do anything. So nice. With this being my widget switcher and them just ordered here. And then you don't do anything special. It's just loading up a page. I don't know why they're all up like that, but whatever. They are. Yeah, maps, my collectibles, for all the different types of collectibles. If I had multiple types of documents or something. You could do it on the main menu. You could do it on any menu if you want, as long as you kept the menu, like, buttons on there, you could just as easily do that. I think it's pretty good. Pretty good indeed. Yes. I'm not changing that. Not changing this. Or that, or this, or that. And the room name here, and then I don't care about that. This is set to that. This is set to that. I think that's all I need. Oh wait, never mind. In the construction script. I'm just being lazy. Don't mind me. I usually like to sequence these. Just so I have everything kind of on their own little chain of what they do. We need to have the tag water. I guess it has to have multiple actor tags, doesn't it? I can't really change these. I could treat them all like water. I mean, because they're all going to move like water, right? I guess the darkness stuff could be a different thing too. I guess I can give it a tag of darkness as well. Is that a thing I'm doing? Maybe. Yes. I'm not going to give a tag of pond scum because it doesn't need it. Also, we're going to look for water. This button does that. Room name, puzzle room name, hidden garden order water. And then we want the new transform, and I'm just going to copy the trans. Actually, I deleted that, so I'm not copying crap. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, that wouldn't have worked anyway because that's a different level. So I probably want to be like down to here or something. I want this number. Undo. I did set that to be instance editable, right? Sure. I guess I could have shown a 3D widget as well, but I kind of want to see the water go below it, so I can just move it down. It's fine. Puzzle active transform is here, right here. Okay. I don't know, it's rotated to 180 degrees. That's weird.
Oops. This is just so I can easily report back that it's active. E. Uh-huh. I can recycle the same code. So I'm gonna play from start. This one will reverse from end. Well, I might want a puzzle ready option actually, thinking about it. Puzzle ready. This way I can keep checking for it, and then when it's good to go, then I can go, oh yeah, and then do that. All right, and then hmm. Wait. No. I didn't want to do that. I want to do this. Make a new array. So what I'm thinking is I'm just going to go and I'm going to call every single one of them, make certain they all report that their puzzle's ready. And if so, then the button will pop back up. This way you can't push the button again. Rather than checking it all when the button is pressed and then not letting the button work. Seems stupid. Tell this data array, check the length of that array. If that array comes back as -1 for the length, then it will be perfect. Add array. I don't know why add unique does what it does different. I'm just gonna add normal. I don't know why add unique is necessary, but there might be some weird crap it does that I know the other one will work, so I don't really feel curious. If false, add. Is puzzle ready? Branch. Add. Finished. Less than 0, so I don't have to remember if it was -1 or whatever that it reaches. Doesn't really matter at that point, does it? Let's branch. So if that is true, you may do this. If not, do a quick delay of like 0.02. Clear the array. Clear the array first, then do the delay, just in case. Share. And then repeat. This way it keeps going until the array is empty after checking for the puzzle ready things. I missed it. Well, that didn't do very well, did it? Yep. I foobarred it. Hell yeah. Try to connect the thing that does timing on it, right? Made a lot of changes. I might be needing some print strings here. Stat. View. Wait for it to pop back up. We ready? We ready? Ready? There should only be one thing, so it should be golden. Well, part of my code is good. The other part is not so great. That's fine, though. That's so fine. So, I did puzzle ready. That is 100% done. I said that is reporting back. That is fine. The puzzle ready should be at the end of this, and we saw it go down, so I'm pretty certain that's going to hit fine. The problem is going to be somewhere in this active button, activation button, with this fine setup right here. I mean, it should only be one thing, so this shouldn't take that long. But maybe it will. What link are you reporting? Well, if the link does zero, that's fine. I'm just stupid. Gotta remember, it's a length of an array, not the positions in an array, so it can totally have 0, and that would mean it was empty, as opposed to normally 0 would be the first point in an array. I mix that up a lot. I mean, I know what it is, it's just sometimes I'll just put it in there and go, oh yeah, and just do it wrong. Ooh. Aha. Ooh. Aha. You. You. Super button is super. Thanks for asking. Now I have the system set up that I could set something that randomly changes these numbers too, so I can have things you can jump across, like these like hallways here, like the little pathways, and have you fight on top of them, right? Or some sort of setup on them, and then, you know, I'll have little ruins to fight on. That'll be sweet. I may or may not give you some sort of thing that lets you like have it be strong enough to push the buttons too. Like I might check for strength or something as an option. Don't injure your neck. Your neck's important. It reminds me of that every once in a while. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Now I have basically what amounts to the mechanic for this area, I'm assuming, because it's going to be some combination of swimming under the water and rooms where you can actually remove it, but the swimming won't be until later. I'll probably have rooms so you can raise and lower the water to various amounts. Do I want this to be more complex, though? That's an important question I think I need to ask here. Because instead of sending a true false, I could send like a string or something. And the string would probably be better. I'm certain it would. I'm certain it would. Because then I could be like, okay, well, the water now has multiple levels it can go to. Because, you know, if I did that, then I could be like, okay, well, you jump on one button and it lowers it a little bit. You jump on it lowers it more, and so on down the line. Which means I'm probably going to have more of the kill thingies too, little water thingies, so that they have different effects that they can do. You know what I could do with that though? If I lower the water enough, you could actually go into like one of these other areas. Also, this should be replaced with water. Yeah, let's just go ahead and remove these things from the world. This too. I am no fan of that asset pack other than the waterfalls, which I kind of like. Even if they match poorly. But I could have flooded rooms, and in order to get through them, you have to actually lower the water. And then I can have you go through all these things to lower the water. Like you hunt through all these rooms to find the buttons that lower the water far enough to get through. Which means I would send you off in this direction and then send you off in this direction as you've lowered the water. I don't know what I'd do with the Emperor at that point, or what it does, but I kind of don't know. I don't really have a good plan for it yet on that one. I'm just going to cheat and move this over a bit. This is why I made a lot of concept areas and was basically saying I was going to change them as soon as I had better gameplay concepts for them. Like, you know, like I make this area, that's cool, but it really doesn't have a... It's not gamified, right? Like, I make concept areas that aren't gamified, and then I turn them into concept areas that are gamified. Actually, I turn them to areas that are gamified, and then improve them from there. Because, yeah, I didn't know what the mechanic was going to be, but now I have a mechanic, so we're going to use that. Some rooms could demand you actually be able to go underwater as well. It's not unreasonable. Get it kind of equidistant on both sides so I can do this with it and get it close. Pretty good. Pretty good. All right. gonna leave the water that high anyway, because I might want to lower it later using some sort of cool puzzle mechanic. Basically, I'm hoping today to just create my entire water system. That's pretty much it. Just one day, this is a new system for the game, just how it is. Shouldn't take long to make a system for a game. It really should. Implementing it in the game as gameplay should take a while, but just making a system that does something, yeah, okay. I was going to work on this. We'll start info. I could have everything as gameplay tags for whether or not they're active or not. Is that really better? I don't know if it is. Oh. I do that. They're all instance editable, so refresh. Does puzzle active really do anything anymore? Let me check this out. Does it? This puzzle ready basically does exactly the same thing. Let's just eliminate this from the equation here. I don't think it's necessary. Yeah. Go this way anyway. So I'll do this here and make it better. I need to take one of these arrays here. Wait that for a second. Need to return the puzzle info. No current info. It makes the buttons have exactly 2 states, but the thing its target have more than 1 state, which then with multiple buttons can affect the target a different way. I'm gonna want this information. Wait. Yeah, looking around the widget switcher and what I'm doing because it only hiding instead of collapsing other widgets. Apparently good as I'm trying to switch between multiple widgets and 2 more things, or 2 machines, working inside, let's see them. It's fair. Gotta do what works best, right? So anyway. Wasn't my initial plan for what I was going to do with this, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized I just liked the idea better. Now I can just have it find based on this one here instead of having to switch on arrays, so I don't gotta type extra crap. Oh, I'm dumb. So we just do this, set this. I no longer care about if the puzzle is active or not. It's an irrelevant piece of information. I have this now. I no longer need a puzzle active transform or anything of the sort. What I can do, because I have it set up where you get the puzzle information here, multiple buttons could lower it. So I can have each one take whatever the current information is and then subtract 1 and send that information back to get the next transform. Or add 1 if you're, you know, if the button's being pressed again. That's allowing me to get crazy with things. Definitely getting a lot more puzzles and things in the game. You optimize, also always working with controller, keyboard, and mouse. That's fair. Yeah, you gotta make the buttons smart. After all, they're like, you know, controls for things. I could make a dial that also does it as well. But that wouldn't be like, well, that would make more sense for reality. It wouldn't be very fun for a game. You would just turn the dial to whichever number you want, and that would be cool, I guess. You just use the magician. Boop, done. Here you gotta find all the buttons and push them. Push the button. On the kill cube. Right, kill cube. Alright, so with this information here, I'm gonna need to set multiple transforms. And just pasta each thing into there for the first one. Good. Oh. Well, let's just say that I start with like 4 and work our way down. Oh yeah. Control Z won't work. It's only 100 more. Honestly, I might lower it even more than that. And then put the number more in between. I'm sure I'll end up putting things in that are just the right height so you can get across it or something and maybe reach additional buttons. But, you know, this area will be significantly more dangerous because water still represents quite the danger. A big button. Enormous button. Yeah. I also had the last one completely drained. Trying to get back to its original position, so I don't have to remember where its position is, I guess. Never mind, its default position, its original one, so I don't have to worry about it. Just fine. I'm just dumb. That's a lot of buttons to lower this area, but I assume that you'll have to go through like multiple rooms, I think, to find all the buttons in order to lower this to get through to the hidden grotto area. Which I think will be more interesting. It lowers the water through the whole area. Which could be good. And the final one, we'll just lower it down to here or something, so we don't have to worry about it. Make it less of a lowering thing there, sure. This here will sound like the start puzzle info here, so this is exactly equal string to that. Then do that. Otherwise, oh, it's the default puzzle info, I guess. Can change the name if I want. It just needs to be instance editable. All those need to be like that. The puzzle actor needs to also be connected here, so it knows who to send it to. And that's like both. Good. Now, as long as I give each button an info, let's return you back to whence you came. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, so you're going to play a game here. Conveniently, there is a text option. There should be. I did not set it to do that. I will steal the code out the resurrection vat because I am lazy. I mean, it's not complicated code, I'm just being lazy. Kind of a habit. What am I doing on this one? I must be dumb. Never do anything twice if you don't have to. If you can copy paste code from your other things, just do it. I mean, I try to set up parents and things like that, but the other one was like a resurrection vat that you could lower in the liquid and everything like that. And this, to be fair, I would no longer need the button on the resurrection vat because this would do effectively the same thing. But at the time when I first made the other, I was proud of it because I had no idea how to do a better way. And now I came up with a better method, and I'll say it came to me in the shower one day, but in reality, it mostly just came to me earlier today because I was just walking around and like, oh yeah, that's probably a better plan. I should have done this the smart way. Instead, I did it the dumb way. I'll write text on here. I might shrink the size of these things, though. It kind of does. They're a little big. There's no need for them to be this big. They just simply are. Hmm. Not really a font size option for 3D text per se, but you can transform it, make it smaller. I was thinking this setup though. I guess these panels really don't need that because I want to put multiple of them on control panels places, so finally a use for my control panels, right? What about the right size I want? Missing the other puzzle info. Actually, no, this is not how I want to program it. Well, what this way would do is it would let it change the numbers around so you could sit there and screw with it. Like, you know, this one sets it to like -2 or something. Oh, actually, that wouldn't be like that, would it? This is not the way I want it. I started realizing how this would pan out, and it's not going to pan out the way I want it at all. It gets this information here. I guess it doesn't actually make much difference on that, but the thing is the first one, like if there was like a 4 to 3, then it would always knock the number down to 3 without seeing if it's at 4. If I wanted each one to simply subtract 1 from the number that it's given, almost should have done as integers, shouldn't I? Pass me to that. But I want to be able to use it for different things, and integers aren't always the best for that. I think I might want to command it to do weird things. So how will I account for the other stuff? Like, how will I account for it being at a different level? I don't have to do it on the button here, do I? Because what I could do is I could either send the actor over, a reference to the actor, and add it to an array, and then base the amount of the water level on the number of actors in that array, which would mean they would all either lower 1, but if they remove themselves from the array, then it would not. Hmm. It's okay to send lots of info over because then I can always just, you know, change up whatever I don't like. Or just use only what I need for each different type of puzzle. Because I want to use like the same types of buttons for everything, or like, you know, I use these things for a lot of puzzles. Like maybe I'll duplicate this code and use it for a different type of puzzle as well. Change out how the thing activates, but it would just be how the thing activates. Like it actually just have multiple different activation thingies strapped to the same thing. Change them as I see fit. All right, so wait, that's not what I wanted at all. Actor, I should say. Seems pretty solid. Can I not pass that by reference? Is that possible? Wait, isn't it done by reference already? Wait. Yeah, it does it anyway by ref. As opposed to what again? Yeah, I can't pass self anyway. A reference to self. I always thought that was dumb. It should literally just have the option to pass self as a default. A lot of times it does, but even though I'm not passing by reference, it still doesn't do that. Alright. Now, armed with that information, can't spell now, apparently. Puzzle actor. The puzzle control actor array. I just want this to be an array. And I want it to be an array of actors. Sure. Add. I'm just going to do normal add. I don't trust strange nodes. They're like, you know, strangers. You just don't let them into your house. My house is this game. Instead of doing that, I can just do this and get length. Oh, wait. It's fine. Length. Oh. My bad. Length. Can't get linked off an add array. It's weird. You can two-string this, so I don't have to worry about it. Because integers easily convert to strings, so. None of that matters. It's just we'll control one. Almost on a space. That's better. We'll control two. 3, 4, and 5. Let's see if it works. Oh wait, what do you want? Do I care? Why are you even in my game anymore? I don't care. I don't want those trash blueprints. The only I've kept is a waterfall. For that one material. Jump on 3 first. That went down much farther than expected. Okay, that went up. That's awkward. Not what I was hoping for at all. They didn't pop back up. Well, all 5 of them put it down, but the other one put it at the bottom first, so it counted back. That actually tracks though, right? Because I just told it length of the array, and then I made the numbers count backwards. Right? It's just stupidity on my part. I do a lot of stupid, so it's fine. Let's make this, you know, length of the array, so they have to be counted like this. Make this a 0. Now you can be a 1. Be a 3. No, you can't. Actually, I can. No, I can't do that. That's right. I gotta dance because it won't let you do this, even though it should just let you, and then you compile and give you an error. But instead, it's like, no, you can't even for a brief second have them do that. They didn't pop back up, which is interesting too. There you go. Now I just have to pop back up. So I can raise it back up if you're doing that, because I might want you to raise and lower the water. I'm just coming up with ideas of how I want the puzzles to go. Also, having multiple transforms on these things means that, like, the boss can call upon that, you know, actor and tell it to raise and lower the water, thus making the boss significantly more dangerous. Forcing you to have to, like, you know, retreat to certain areas that are above the water. With the boss far away, probably launching projectiles at you. Or jumping to various locations, or whatever the boss is going to do. And I have some ideas for her, but I should have saw Vu when I first made her. She was not exactly exciting. So the first version of everything I make kind of just gets the job done, but ain't great, so... So I'm assuming that the information is just not reporting back that it's done, right? Puzzle ready. I don't care about puzzle converter. I may use that for other things maybe, but over time I'll probably add a lot more information to this as I go. I plan to have the unique puzzle information be on the actual puzzle items and not on the buttons. Okay, so this reports puzzle ready. The thing that's checking for puzzle ready is here. I probably foobarred something along the way. Nope. We're back to print stringing this section. I don't recall changing any of this though, it's just puzzle ready right here. And it's obviously lowering all the things, and that's true. All the buttons won't be next to each other. There is a slight problem if the buttons were all next to each other, that it would in fact potentially run into issues of them trying to be active at the wrong time, but since they won't be next to each other, it will be physically impossible to reach all the buttons at the same time, so it shouldn't make a difference. If you can somehow reach a different room with a button within 3 seconds, well then you're a speedrunner, and you'll just have to learn to deal with figuring out a way around that, won't you? Like, if you can out of bounds your way to it, go ahead. I'm not gonna stop you. Apparently. For normal players, though, it shouldn't make a difference, because like I say, no buttons will be next to each other, so... Wouldn't be much of a puzzle if they're like all buttons. I guess they could be next to it. I could maybe do something like that, but I don't really want to. I'd rather hide the buttons places. Or have just, you know, one button in an area that you to open the whole way, you know, just for smaller areas, and then this area is supposed to be a multi-prong thing where you have to go through all these other rooms in order to get to the buttons. It will eventually open the way into the hidden grotto. So presumably this will be much later. I'm not sure the exact order things are going to happen in, but if I'm lowering the water now, this changes the entire concept of how I was going to run this place. With it being more gateway based and less, you know, jumping around on top of the water, which was the problem before. Because a lot of times the water was near the ceiling. So I couldn't have like much on the way of it, like on top of it. And now they do have underwater physics, so that is a thing. So I can't have the Emperor later. That also means that I could have things that are only reachable if the water is high enough, because now Poppet can effectively fly as long as she's underwater, right? So maybe you raise the water back up in order to get to some section over here that you couldn't reach before. So raising and lowering the water is going to add a lot of options for how this place is going to play out. It'll be a lot like, you know, Bloodstained in that, you know, the water just kills you. Sure, in that game it took a little longer to kill you, but let's be real here. You fell in the water and 9 times out of 10, unless you were like right on top of it, you were dead. Anyway, with Castlevania Symphony of the Night, you didn't get to spend long in the water. This Poppet just dies immediately, but I could make it where she takes damage. That's true. It doesn't have to instantly kill her, I guess. Now that it's no longer a plane that she's hitting and instead is a volume that she's inside of. Well, it's not a volume, it's actually just a cube, but it's basically the same thing. Probably not technically the same thing, but it sure acts the same. I think volumes have different physics set up. I think that's the real difference. I probably should have made it a volume in hindsight. And I might still, depending upon how I do swimming, but I'm gonna need to look into how that works for the swimming, because when it comes to swimming physics, I admit my knowledge is not particularly high yet. Well, it shouldn't take long for me to figure it out. I really doubt it will. It'll probably be like 10 minutes or something when I get some free time between my 80-hour work week. Well, okay, I'm counting the time on here as work, to be fair. I don't have an 80-hour week job and then come do this too. I would die. I would just fall over, I bet, and that'd be that. That'd be the end of me. I'd probably make it like 3 or 4 days, and I don't think I'd make it through a whole work week. I'm just like, nope, it's pretty bad. What is that reflecting off the water? Huh. Something reflecting in an interesting way. I mean, something bad. I'm just mildly curious. Yeah. Anyway. So I'm gonna need access to this here after I would have made a slight little tangent. I just want the name. I don't need to type anything there. I literally just want the name. And I want the link to this array. And we'll go from there. Because if it doesn't reach this information, I need to know that. And if it does reach this information, then I need to know what information it's sending. It's clearly wrong. Clearly wrong. Okay, I don't want to run up to the buttons, you understand? I'm lazy. There's a lot of words on my screen. I don't like that. So somehow, it's getting a lot of kill planes here, buddy. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's actually checking for the room it's in or something. Getting all the ones, and I only want one. Oof. I need to walk around for a second here. I'm gonna take a brief break and walk around for a bit. People can stare at the pretty stuff. Or maybe I can look at the moon or something. Look at this guy. Woohoo, sky here. I'll be right back. That's right. Hey, Scuffy. Definitely a ghost stream. We're haunting the skies here. The moon's watching us all. Airstream. Yes. Yes, indeed. What I should actually do is just write subscribe on there and everything like that so that the YouTube people will help me get to the 1,000 subs I need. Because, you know, there's quite a few of them sitting there watching on YouTube at this point. I'm just saying, there's quite a few. And, yeah. There's 109 people watching on YouTube. Watching my chair, who's apparently the best streamer, because there wasn't 109 when I looked, there was 106, so this chair is gaining stream people. I mean, I'm trying to convince them to sub so that they help me get monetized on YouTube. So far, one of them subbed today. Almost there, everyone. Hell yeah. Alright. I'm raising and lowering water today. Ooh. I'm somehow getting every single instance is what I saw happening here. Did I foobar something? I think I did. Wait. Why am I calling room information? I'm setting room information on there. Oh yeah, get room information. Message. Info. That's what it's called, right? Get room information, yeah. Okay. Okay, so we get this, return this, we get the room name here. Now I want to check for an exactly equal. I didn't need 3 equals, but that's fine. And we take the room name here, if true. Wait, do I even care? I don't. I don't even need puzzle info. All I really need is to send this over here with an irrelevant information attached to it, because I'm no longer doing anything other than removing it from an array. So I can go about this 2 ways. I can simply take this actor, and if they're already in the array, remove them. Which I think is what I want to do. Like, it just sends it, and then if it's in an array, great. And if it's not, so what? I do this here. Ugh. Critical fail. I don't need this room information anymore. I've progress beyond that to a higher plane of nah, I'm good goodness. Make some fancy pasta over here. Delicious. I would say nutritious, but you probably shouldn't eat your code. I mean, you could try, I suppose. Maybe make like a Pac-Man who eats code. I'd probably play that. It's just eating blueprints the whole time. Someone's feel free to make the game. Do the idea for me. It'd be nice. If someone does, send me a copy so I can play it. I will play it on stream and be like, yep. It was meant to be. Alright, so doing all of them. Fuel cube. Doesn't find it, it finds it, it returns -1. We branch that, so I don't have to any extra code on the buttons, just code here for what I want them to do with it. This is, after all, what's in control of the array involved with this anyway, so. Alright, so if it's -1, true, then add it to array. If not, then I'm going to remove. Remove index, right? Because I just found the index right here. Okay, I'm not gonna do it like that. That's just a mess. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. There'll be none of that here. I need this code readable because the next time I see it again, I'm gonna have to remember everything it does, and if I can't read it, I'm not gonna remember too much of what it does, you know? Move that down a little bit, I suppose. Alright, so goes there. Just to make it cleaner. Besides, I might do something with it later anyway, so, you know. Oh. Oh, I see. I see. Remember when I copy pasted everything over, I didn't actually add rooms to these ones here, so, you know. Each of these are going to have the same room. Let's not do that, shall we? Like, I'm going to keep the water where it's at, but it doesn't have rooms on it. Except for this one. This one's called the Lunar Room, so I already have that written. I'll just add it. This one's actually called Tomato Village. I might not actually have pathways between each of the rooms anymore. I might get rid of them because I kind of want you to have to lower the water in each room Whereas here the water's going into all the rooms. And originally I thought maybe you'll sail like a little ship or something through these or something, but no, that won't actually be very good gameplay. Like it sounds funner than it actually probably is. It's mostly just effectively flying for all intents and purposes across the top of the water. Like you're walking essentially, you're not doing much interesting. I don't really want that. I want you to have a little more fun than that, hopefully. Actually reduced the number quite a bit. You're still finding everything. Really? Okay, that does even less good now. I broke it. Oh, because never mind. This is actually part of the same room as far as the map was concerned. That one's on me. That stupidity, that's all me. 10 out of 10. I did the stupid. Didn't delete puzzle ready, did I?
No. Let me test it with that thing actually tagged correctly. Oh, it's getting them all. It shouldn't be getting them all. Yeah, I don't really want to swim over there, if you know what I'm saying. I think I'll eat my way over, thank you. Wee poke. Ah, miss something. All right, let's. We're gonna do a little more brute forcing here because we're playing with some arrays and I clearly mixed something up. Which is not unusual. I do mix things up all the time. But this was dumb.
What time we going? 12:14. Got lunch at 2 p.m. Any other food? Nice, nice. Hope all was doing well. Well, it was going well until I broke this thing. Then it was going less well, but it's going pretty good overall. I mean, I can't complain. I mean, I just did, but what if I didn't? I'm just saying. I'm playing with water levels. Well, I was until I broke it. The puzzle becomes ready. So what's happening here is one button, two, on button, one triggers, false puzzle ready. But when it goes false. Yeah, pretty much. I want to make the puzzle more complicated. Before you could just raise and lower the water. Now I want to make it where it was, you know, you had to get like all the buttons in order to lower the water completely. Otherwise it would just lower a thing there, and if you click the button again, it would raise it back up. So I could put multiple buttons all over the place and have you, you know, adjust the water around by finding them. Hey, Ascending Goat Games, how's it going? I can convince the YouTube people to help me out here. Let's see here. My quest to get 1,000 subs on YouTube continues. So, what's happened here so far? Puzzle 1, puzzle 2. Sure. It makes sense because I'm not removing anything from the thing, so it makes sense. Also, doing this would make a lot more sense. I don't want to say puzzle 3 than puzzle 2. That makes no sense. It does the actor transform, sure. But of course, I already began this because that's how I have it set up, where it's going to begin this process here. Goes through each one. Honestly, this should probably happen after it's done checking everything anyway. Start the process of checking. I'm back to watching your nieces hanging out a few hours. Nice, nice. My sister gets back from work. Well, that's good of you to watch them. What are the chances you convince them to do game dev? Get them started when they're young. And by the time they're old, they'll have made their first game, probably. Okay, well, what is the link that's getting? Like, what do we see in here? Something ain't right. Comes down to the link. I don't need a true or false. I want to know what the number is that we're arriving at to get a better idea of where we're going here. Six. 5.
6, 5. So somehow it's adding them all to the array. And then only subtracting 1. This is much of a tech person. Apples and fall far from the tree. Oh, well, that's fair. Just convince them they can program on their phones. I'm told you can. I don't know. I can't imagine what kind of hellish world I would want to program on my phone, but I'm told it's possible. Sounds terrifying. Wait. Let's create another array. Wait, don't I have a busy puzzle actress? Wasn't I adding to this array a while ago? Did I forget to leave that on there? Where else am I using this again? It's right here. For the kind of computer users that forget to they call me when they forget their password, and I have to come over and help them reset it. Nice, nice. My sister once called me over because she couldn't get the internet to work. I had to explain what airplane mode is. Nice. I think my favorite tech support call was the person who called me because their computer wouldn't turn on. Okay, now that doesn't sound too weird. I mean, they probably just forgot about a switch in the back or something. Sure, sure. This person had taken an extension cord and plugged it into another extension cord, but then taken that extension cord and plugged it into the same extension cord, thus creating a loop. It's just like, what? Where do you think the power comes from? We have created limitless power. What? With this knowledge, we can help Elon get to Mars or something. Elon, just get really big extension cords and plug them into each other. Boom! All the fuel you need, you'll get right to Mars. It was pretty funny. I mean, it was just... let's see. I need another array then at that point. I should actually just build the actors with puzzle tag to be the one that has them all, right? Like, just get the room info right here. Whatever. Yeah, I probably should. I don't know why I'm doing it here. It seems almost dumb. Yeah, let's just build it up there. And then it'll have the right actors for the other one, and I don't need a whole other array. Don't be dumb. Don't be the lady who puts the extension cord into the extension cord. I recommend Flow Lab. It's an India website to make a little game in a very, very simplified way. When I was a kid, I messed around with it, and it's got me into it. Sounds like a good tool. Anything that helps get people into the addiction. I meant game dev. We Geek Squad for my day job. I once had a client that was new to smartphones, and he said,
don't know why I thought that funny. And he said that the phone wouldn't turn on even though he just bought it. I had to explain to him phones need to be charged to work. If you just explained to him that you could plug the phone into another phone and they could charge each other, right? I would tell them that. I would be a terrible person at Geek Squad. Oops, here's all the keys. Told the battery was dead. He asked me how to charge the battery. Nice. It helped him. He was much better at using a smartphone now. That's a funny story. Yeah, you know. Sometimes I wonder how people manage to survive in the world. And then I realize there's helpful people out there who will solve the problems for them. That's how they survive in the world. I was like, oh, okay. It all makes sense now. Yes. Yes, indeed. If I just use the front, I can make my life a little easier here. And I just have the correct array. I would have let him try to put the double A's in. I'm just saying. I would like to see how this worked out. Some of us just want to watch the world burn, right? It's really that simple. It's like, oh yeah, it'll work. You just got to find the right spot. Never mind the fact the phone's not even as thick as a double A, but yeah, whatever. I'm sure it'll work out. Sure. That should make it so that when I get over here, this should be the right thing. Yeah, but I'd like to see him try just the same. I'm just saying. I would. I mean, sometimes the square peg does fit in the round hole I get. 1, and then we're at 0. That's good. It no longer does this, though. But listen. Half of it works now. I don't think it would be made for a good review if I let him try. I mean, that's fair, but you know. It would have made for a hell of a story. Just like, I'd just be handing him tools like, maybe try this one. It'll work out. Totally. Perfect. 10 out of 10. No problem. Got this. Now we know my current problem is on the kill cube. A kill cube. I presume the problem is here. What we convert into buddy. Okay, so I have 1 through 5. Sure. I just need to know the length of this, really. That's really what I need to know.
What? Going to 0? What color is this? Green. I think it was 1. My things are saying battery low. 1 second. Let's see. Had a client bring me their Wi-Fi router to help them diagnose their home internet problems last week. I think they forgot about how the home internet works. I mean, you know, listen, maybe they just feel at home there, right? Anyone? Yeah, I don't know about that either. But, you know, maybe. You just provide such a great environment that they're just like, oh, I must stay here forever. And they just live in the back by the dumpsters? I could see it. They give up their whole life, everything, just so they can live by the dumpsters over at Best Buy. In the vain hope of living, you know, in the aura of the building. So it says 1. Oh. Well, of course that would... Just to double check. I mean, it already... 100% satisfaction rate. I mean, listen. You can afford to lose a couple points just to have some amusement. It's fine. Right? Yeah, I'm 1 number off. That's what the problem was. Jump on it again. Aha! You? 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 Yay! So I just need to start the array 1 smaller. I'll start this at 0. I might have a little light show which if the button is on or not too, because that just seems like it'd be a solid plan. Yeah. Ever had a bad review? Someone must be doing something right or something wrong. I mean, no one's living by the dumpster at Best Buy yet. Clearly, I think you can do better. You're also OCD, and it bothers me to leave more things unsolved. It's fair. Can't leave puzzles unsolved. I just can't. Well, you picked the right, you know, thing to be in. Apparently, I don't know if it's the right thing to be for game dev, because there's plenty of puzzles where I'm like, well, you know, it's close enough. I don't really know why, but you know, listen. We good. Just move on. It's like, we good. No worries. I got this. Nobody looks too closely. Well, I mean, the only person who look at us would be me anyway. I'm the one who sees the code, and I'm just like, yes, the code. Nobody else need to know. And all of you guys. But you guys won't tell, right? I mean, there's 120 people watching at the moment. None of you will tell. I'm in between the two. Just saying.
I don't have to know how it works as long as it works. It's actually totally incorrect. I definitely will know how it works. I pretty much always know how it works. Yes, there are also many wrong answers too. I'm good at finding those as well. You? 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 Oh shoot, that triggered too quickly. Huh. I guess I only need 4 buttons here because reasons? Hmm. I guess I need the array to be 1 longer than everything because default is 0. So I actually just need 1 more space in the array if I need to use that. So I just would only need 4 buttons because there's 5 spaces in the array, but 0 is the default. So every new button needs to add a new space. Okay, that makes sense. It's not that I programmed it wrong. It's just I did not account for the fact that default would need its own non-button, basically. Only feel challenged now. Solving computer issues has got too easy. That's fair. Most computer issues are pretty easy. The magic smoke doesn't escape, it's all good. And if the magic smoke does escape, you can always repair the part by getting a new one. A brand new one. Perfect. Problem solved. I don't remember the last time I took apart a piece of electronics to fix it. This is very unusual these days. Very unusual. I used to take apart people's laptops to fix things, but God, I hated doing that. It took forever. That's fair. I think if I worked at Best Buy, I would do it all the time too, but I've decided to take the less profitable career path of game dev and streamer. Yes. Yes, indeed. Arguably more fun, but you know, you can make some pretty solid arguments for trolling people in customer service too. I know I would do it. I don't think I'd be in customer service for very long. No. Oh no, trust me, it is. Hunt for, unless you're a top streamer or your game is super successful, it most certainly is. Oh yes. Unless you're making like sub $1 an hour or something, yeah, it's more profitable. Yes. I have a regular job. That's how I pay the bills. It ain't this. No. No. This ain't it. No. I guess I only need 4 buttons here. That's fair. I don't really need the others. I think it was like not last month. I think I made 34 cents an hour from streaming on Twitch. But I was already working on the game anyway, so it's not like I had to make money on it. Because I was gonna do this anyway. It's just fun to chat with people, but I can definitely tell you, game dev is well, actually streaming is not profitable, particularly for the most part. Game dev can be profitable if you release your game and it does well. Like if your game doesn't do well, you probably worked a disgusting amount of hours and got less than minimum wage. That's usually what happens. It's still fun, but eh. Sure. Still better than than these. As for pay, I mean, I like doing what I do. This is fun, and there are definitely more profitable things I could do that I have options for, but I still want to live my dream of releasing the game I've always wanted. So I gotta put lights on these. It's just terrible without lights. Doesn't matter which one you hit, what order. Well, at least that works. Okay, so now let's make it pretty. From random kill cube to now the entire water system with a puzzle button. Puzzle button, yeah. That's right, we don't have water, we have kill cube. With a super sweet pond scum option. Right? I bet you never thought that would be something that someone would call super sweet, but what if I'm just saying the super sweet pond scum option looks pretty good, doesn't it? Yeah, look at that. Doesn't that look awesome? Not gonna use it in this room because you're gonna be raising and lowering the water, but yeah, I was like, wow, really? Oh my god. But for some reason, the underwater thingy is not working very well. What is the problem here, buddy? It was working perfectly, and now it is not. Interesting. Okay, well, the pond scum thingy doesn't work so hot on this. Also, it looks like this cube size is too small. Anyway, for purposes of this here, I'm raising and lowering the water. I'd rather the actual water element. Water. I'm an advanced repair agent for 6 years. It's only make $19.50 an hour, and the only reason I stick around is because my IT jobs are almost non-existent. That's fair. How about McDonald's? Where I'm at, McDonald's makes $20 an hour. To be fair, McDonald's makes more than most jobs around here. So you can always, serve some fries. Of course, you gotta be in California to get $20 an hour doing what is a job that anyone could do. 23 an hour? Aren't you flipping burgers? Holy crap. It pays better. Plus you probably get free what passes for food. I won't call their thing actual food because it's McDonald's, but that's fair. For what it's worth, if any fast food restaurant gets it, it doesn't have to just be McDonald's. Actually, if you work at was it In-N-Out Burger? I forgot what they get paid. I know their managers get paid 6 figures though. I'd flip burgers for 6 figures. Jesus. What? 6 figures. Damn. Oh man. Imagine. Go to school? Nah, bro. I'm working at In-N-Out. To be fair, In-N-Out person was right. Alright. I basically just never spend money on anything, so I tend to live very, 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 very cheaply. I just hate stuff, so it really helps out. Like I just don't like any stuff at all. No. Like if I don't actually have a use for something on the spot, I just never buy it. And even if I have a use for it, chances are I won't buy it because I hate having it around. I'm like anti-consumer. I don't know why, I just don't like stuff. Actually, I do know why. My parents were hoarders, so I grew up to hate stuff because it was everywhere all the time. I mean, I could live on 1950 an hour. Most of my hobbies are so cheap. Oh my god, game dev cost me basically nothing. Actually, that's my main hobby now, isn't it? Damn. I used to have other hobbies. Huh. I used to go outside long ago in a land far away. I used to also play games. I don't really play games anymore. I don't have time. If I could never quit one of my jobs, I would have time. I know which one I'd like to quit. What's funny is my other job, people will go, that job sounds so cool. Yeah, well, that's because I've done it for like 8 years, so it was cool to start with. Now I'm just bored of it. I want a button. Am I going to just use a crappy little, I think I'm just going to use one of the little bulbs, right? I already have them. The vacuum tubes, right? So I already got them, and they would look absolutely fine for what I'm doing. I also could, like, embellish these little thingies to look a little better. There's no reason I can't make them look better. I was just putting the panels in. I don't even necessarily need a panel. I could just actually put them on top of things that already exist. If I want to be really smart, I could actually compress this button. So instead of actually moving it down, I just go and compress it. But chances are I'll put it on top of something, so it won't matter. I might be changing that later, to be completely fair. Let's put a vacuum tube on here. The vacuum tube. Where be the tube? Tuba. Tube. That doesn't look like a vacuum tube. Explain yourself. And use big words. Oh wait, honestly, I don't do it for the money. I just get frustrated with the pay because I'm going to try people see an entry-level IT job. Twice do over 15 hours of e-learnings a month, keep up certifications, and yet pay us less than a job where you stand in front of a cash register and push a button. See, push buttons. Seems way better, right? I'm not mad that I don't make enough. I'm mad at the logic. Well, the theory is as long as people are willing to do it, right? If everyone stopped willing to do it at that price, they'd have to... They'd have to offer more? You could put them on both sides just to make it like all nice and neat. Doesn't have a light on option, but the vacuum tube other one is interactable, which is not what I want because I don't want you to be able to look at it and do stuff on off light thingy. But what I can do is grab this like an idiot. I'm just gonna go ahead and make certain it's all in the thingy so that doesn't happen again. Borrow all this crap. I'm gonna do this here. One of these should count as a strong enough light or not. I don't think so. I think they should be too weak. That's the issue. It's a revolving door. Yeah. Agents don't last long. I can see why. It's not the worst job though. I've definitely done worse jobs. Raising the gear badge after 18 months. Can we give people incentive to stick around? Fair. I think my worst job was data entry. It was so boring and mind-numbing. We just entered names all day into the computer. Made okay. Best thing about it was like part-time. Well, it was like a seasonal. So what they would do is they would lay us off like 2 times a year, and then we collect unemployment during that time, and they didn't ever bother us about it because the company did it every year. You really only had to work half the year, but for half the year you also got 2/3 of your pay for doing nothing. That was kind of nice. The job itself was monotonous as all hell, but the doing nothing for half the year was pretty... Then they decided to do things for the whole year, and it was way less cool, but that's okay. Oops, don't do that. I already created the variable. I'm done. Oh, do I even want to use this? I might not use these things here. I might just add them on. Like a fake tube. How did I do that for the other ones? I'm not the real case because I work on PCs for free. Section, nothing example. That's fair. I work on other people's machines for free just when they're friends. Of course, these days I mostly have computer nerd friends, so you know. They don't need to know too much. They don't need my help very often. Let's put it that way. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the BP. This one. Oh, this just does it, right? I don't know exactly how I did it though, which is unfortunate. In the room well located. It's already set up, so I can just dump it on here and I don't have to do anything special. Or I can just turn the light on and off there without having an additional weird thing, which I might just do. I don't think I actually necessarily want to involve these tubes because they don't want them to be so big that they actually emit light. I think I would prefer that not be a thing. That's true. I'll do a mock-up instead. You too? Yeah. Most of your friends don't need help? Yeah, help. It's a very complex problem, not usually something simple. Yeah. Man, I have like computers that are not powerful enough for any of my friends, so I can't even give them away. They just extra computers to sit down. It's like, I mean, my office computer has like a 1080 in it. Just that's the crap you want to use. You just watch YouTube videos and help people order stuff because it's just leftover parts. And I think I have like an entire computer with like a 970 and it's just sitting in a closet here. It literally would work. It just comes with monitors. Obviously, the computer I happen using is like infinitely better, but yeah. Bad when you can't give the computers away. I need friends who go outside because those friends who go outside clearly will not be good with computers and thus will want my computer stuff. That's what he told my friend Blake set up port forwarding without turning off his firewall. That sounds like work. We don't do that around here. Mm-hmm. Nah, man. Nah. This vacuum tube counts as a light source, yeah. I'll just put one on there. I don't need a glow on it, I don't think necessarily. Let's add a scene. Call this light scene is fine actually, whatever. I just want to set up a Minecraft server for a group. I'm struggling to figure out how to forward the connection to the right port. That's fair. I mean, you know, at least he had a good reason. He's helping out the bros. Play the Minecraft. Oh yeah. That's huge. Thanks, I hate it. Have a tiny little light. It's so tiny. Hmm. Thanks for the follow, Command War 4. How's it going? I could just make an individual bulb for it too. That'd probably be better. I could also just treat him as a light too when you push the button. Nah. Nice. So I was making buttons, right? And the buttons are like universal buttons that can manipulate puzzles as long as they're within the same room and have the actor tag they're looking for. And I was gonna add a light to them to show they were on and off. I haven't finished the light yet. But basically, these buttons here, and you jump on any of them, they will lower the water level. They just manipulate any actor that has the right tag. It doesn't matter the order. If you jump on the same button again, it goes back up. You. But it's hard to tell which ones have been used and haven't been used, so, you know, I'm adding the light, and I was just debating on the way I wanted to do it. But the plan is to be able to open up these ways so you can actually go underwater, like to the places that were underwater, and visit things, as opposed to not. It's like, woohoo, underwater, yay! I have no idea why that mushroom is through there, do not question. I clearly didn't think it through when I was placing it. I made it one way and then I decided it needed even more complicated. You're so slow now. I haven't given her swimming animations, but look, it's like she's underwater. She's kind of swimming in a flailing sort of bio-me way. Got a raid. Oh, thanks for the raid, Fox. I guess it is 5 a.m. over here. I mean, I suppose you actually went an hour longer than normal, right? Yeah. Was the dev flowing? Did the great things happen? Did the waifu Thunderdome happen? Oh yeah, I assume that Graham basically never left the house for the entire time. It's just like, this game, I must play it. Waifu's hair isn't dissolving. The waifu's hair was dissolving? Waifu pattern baldness? Wait, what? That's terrible. Oh, okay, well that's creepy. What have you been doing with your waifus? Oh god, I'm terrified. All that go? I don't know about this plan here. This seems terrible. Barely smoke, let alone move for 12 hours? I mean, you managed to beat Simon, and that's pretty good. I heard he had a mechanic where if you're on the ground, he just instantly kicks you out of the fight. I was like, in the later battle, he actually kicks you out of your whole party out of the fight, and you have to fight with your backup. Terrible. 60 hours playtime in 4 days? What are those rookie numbers? Did you waste time sleeping? What's up with that? Seriously. That's weird. Who sleeps? Caffeine and monitor radiation. Infinite game time. Are you gonna play again? I mean, it was pretty cool. Could have been using it for stream content all this time. Oh my god. People were just digging that everywhere. It was crazy how much they were just putting into it. Man. Wow. Yeah, he does take me 2 attempts to beat him. I one shot him the second time. Oh yeah. The one shot thing you make, like, just what mechanics in the game is just like, oh look, insta kill. Kind of think they probably should have a restrictor on that, but I guess not. Plan on sleeping again. That's weird. Yeah. But you didn't go over 1 billion damage. I mean, seriously, what are you even doing with the game? It doesn't do 1 billion? No billion. That's just like... Wow. Are you even playing the game at that point? I mean, really? Puzzle buttons. You gonna come back up? Ooh, puzzle buttons come back up. Push the button. Wee. We have all kinds of raising in the water and lowering the water levels in this area to put all the buttons in different places. So you have to jump from place to place through over the water. Hmm. What are people saying? Things wasn't enough. Endless tower, you fight 3 beef tower connect bosses at a time. There's an endless tower too? Jeez. It never ends. There's just infinite content. Eventually the game will just be part 2. You won't even realize you'll suddenly pass from one game to the next. It's how it'll work. "33 trials in it. Any one of them is harder to fight than anything in the normal game?" Well, that's the hope. I mean, you know, they're not much of a trial if it's easier than the normal game. That's fair. I watched the cutscene movies for those. They were good. I enjoyed the cutscene movies immensely. I didn't think the game looked very fun, but... Actually, Rebirth looked like an endless supply of minigames. I'm like, this doesn't sound particularly fun, but I guess it's fun. Saying reset every time, I don't need to do that. I need a vacuum tube that doesn't count as a light, probably. Or I just count it as a light. You push the button and the light turns on and it counts as a light. I mean, it's a light. That's probably fair. It doesn't really obey the rules of my world if you have lights that don't act as a light. Or Poppet. Rebirth is a gold saucer and expect the yeah, like it's more than that. Everywhere you go, it's an endless supply of mini games wandering around the world. I mean, the cutscene movie made a point of even showing off some of it because there was story, like interesting story missions related to it. The amount of Gungaga stuff I saw because like Cisne was there was just like, I like Cisne. She's a great character from Rebirth. I didn't think the mini games were particularly interesting in the game. It did not look fun to me at all. They complained that there wasn't enough other things to do in the first game, so then Square Enix went the other way with it, and I'm just like, that's okay. I never got around to playing it though because they didn't release the first one on PC until like a year later, and by then it had been spoiled rotten for me. Yeah. I played some good with graphics card, but I own it. Nice. Well, you know, listen, you can always just watch other people play it, you know? Game by proxy. Yeah, that's what it seemed like, just mini games. I'm like, cool, what a great deal. But as a movie, it was a great movie. It was like 4 seasons of a movie. It was so long for cutscenes. I was like 30 plus hours. I'm like, oh, I'm so happy right now. Oh my god. You avoided any spoilers? I didn't. I got like 1 hour, I think, before I saw spoilers. I also didn't care. It's like, yeah, whatever. That's fair. I mean, it seems fun. Yeah. Unsubbing. That's what I heard. Oh my god. Unsubbing. I'm just gonna put a vacuum tube on here. I'm not gonna make one. No point. Not one you can interact with, but it does count as a light. It's so tiny. Then I have to have the light on, light off code. Well, these never turn off though, so it has to be the interactable one. So I need a third one basically. Yeah, I guess. Gonna be a while. Wow. I mean, why do people buy games like on day one and not play them? Like, I mean, I understand if you get a game from like Epic for free and you don't play it. Okay, whatever. Speaking of which, I haven't even got whatever free game for the week is on that. What a loser I am. Who doesn't get the free game? Tomorrow is the free stuff on Fab though. Just saying. Free stuff on Fab. Super Space Club. I already picked it up, never mind. Crap. Well, you see, I just collect the free things. Like, I don't play the games on Epic, I just collect them. It's just a weird collecting thing, I don't know why. Just maybe someday I'll play it. I can tell you why. Wait, what? Okay, can you? Fab is all that matters now. Yeah, a couple more hours for Fab. I'm waiting with bated breath, so chances are I'll probably fall asleep first. I don't actually know how long it is before like, it goes. So it's, let's see how long it is. Dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah, Eastern time. So that's like what, 7 here? Yeah, so a couple hours. I'll still be awake to collect the freebies. Yes. I don't know why that's a yes, because I won't be using it until later, but you know. A lot of people will buy the game one, buy it because they're excited to play it, and so they're like, oh, I want to play it. Like, maybe I'll get it sometime this weekend. Go check out the weekend instead of camping with the family. I mean, how many times are you going to camp with that family, you know? I would buy it the day I was going to play it. There's no need to buy day one. They ain't running out of a digital copy, okay? Like, it'll still be there. There's this... There's no limit of them. Fine. They'll still be there. Busy puzzle actors? Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of them. They're busy and they're puzzle actors. That's because this goes and gets all the actors who, like it starts out by going, okay, I've given a puzzle activation tag. It's just one that can be changed. Anything you want. And then it looks for everyone who has that actor tag. And then runs through and sees if they are in the same room as Poppet. So this way I can individually tag something with anything I want. And it'll find every one of them. And then this puzzle room name has like, it's looking for a specific room, so it's matching against that, and these are unique to the buttons. And then it puts them all in an array there, and then whenever she hits it, it goes through and sends a message to them to just start their puzzle. And then it waits to see if the thing's busy before making the button pop up again, so you can't just keep hitting it. But this way I can trigger any puzzle on anything by simply giving it names. Yeah. You busy about this? Yeah. That's a great system. Also, check out this sweet water texture option. Not that one, but behold this sweet water texture. Tell me that doesn't look good. Oh my god. That's right, pond scum. It's wonderful looking. I'm using it in the Safari room. This room's not going to have the pond scum because you're raising and lowering the water, so it'd be kind of weird, but On scum everywhere. Now there's element pond scum. Yeah. How's that darkness or death? Blur. Oh god! Don't jump in that pool. That pool is deadly. Oh. Now I have elemental resistances. Yeah, you're just immune. You're either just immune or you're dead. That's pretty much how it works. Poppet doesn't truly have resistance. Attack and play, yep. Free stuff on Unreal from Fab, it's all for UE4. I mean, you can use UE4 stuff in UE5 for the most part. As long as it's not like, you know, plugins. Well, the only thing you can't. I'm down to swimming and I need it at the beginning, right now. I've been ghetto swimming. My plan was, I merged together my water, the underwater post process, and the kill planes, or actually kill cubes, basically. And then I just made it where I'm doing a time dilation and just slowing time under it. And I set Poppet so she can have like 999 jumps while under the water. So this way she can fake swim. That's why it gets all slow. It's like, she can just jump wherever. So it's kind of like swimming, but if she jumps out of the water, she has no additional jump, so she just falls back in. Yeah. So now I have underwater-ish stuff. Swimming, yay! You are not immune to the darkness, though. You are still going to be mad here. We're all mad here. So early on, I think I'm gonna have you drain areas. Yeah. I was thinking of ideas for this. And I was like, you're gonna have you drain areas to get to some of the areas, and like what's gonna happen is you're gonna have to find like probably 4 or 5 buttons in the other rooms that drain this room out to get into the hidden grotto area. And what I'll probably do is you drain buttons is I'll have these things sticking out above the water. Like this stuff up here. So that you'll have to jump around across it to get places. And then find other buttons. So basically you'll lower the water to uncover buttons, which makes no sense from a world standpoint, but that's okay. Some things don't have to make sense. Oh, thanks, yeah. It's yeah, like my plan for this is I've been working next. I over the weekend I thought about how I was going to play out the plot of this particular area, and I realized that I was going to need to have some kind of mechanic to deal with the water. And I thought it was just going to be swimming, but the simple reality is I don't have a lot of underwater stuff to work with. I'm gonna have to try to contrive some steampunk crap. I don't have a swimming system. I kind of have one now, but at the time I didn't. I was just like, okay, well, what if we could raise and lower the water? What if I had a button for puzzles and stuff? So I was gonna add a bunch of puzzles in and things and start. I was gonna have a boss, and it came about with the idea of this area. This is a concept, not an actual real room for anything. But I thought, what if the boss had like, you know, like there were pathways between the things, and then the boss could raise and lower the water. It's forcing you to have to go to certain platforms to not die. Well, then firing things at you, and then lowering it back down so you get to places, thus making it kind of a weird fight like that. Well, yeah, but I mean, I was trying to create a convincing world, right, of underwater things. So, just because I could put it underwater, I was trying to make it more like almost like a giant fish tank for all intents and purposes, with all the weird little underwater crap you'd see in a fish tank type of thing, but I don't have a lot of enemies that would work for it. So, this is just not a track I want to hear. Oh, it's almost over, doesn't matter. Some of these game dev tracks just, they aren't that great. But, yeah. I was making like a steampunk shark thingy, and I was trying to make an AI for flying, and it sort of came up okay, as long as it doesn't hit anything, which is pretty much all the time. So it tries. Doesn't try very hard, it's pretty dumb. So I can find them. But I did find like a toy shark, so I was like, I'm gonna put the little things on the shark and give like a little steampunk shark. But I'm gonna put lots of. I'm just gonna find whatever crap toys I can and just toss them in. Like, it'll be fine. Because I can always add garbage to them to make them seem like they're, you know, some horrible amalgamation of things, which I've been doing a lot of. Blah, 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 blah. I think I made him an NPC, even though he's probably not going to be an NPC, but that's okay. I'll grab a platform and stand on it so I can watch him. Camera stuttering is in my end. Is my camera stuttering? I mean, like, maybe. It's quite complicated at some point. Water can also be good for more gameplay, but it's really needed. I mean, is anything really needed? Oh, the shark's not even in the water. He's just sitting there. Oh, there's no nav. Wait, he doesn't need a nav mesh. Are you just sitting there, buddy? Huh? You just hate me? Is that what's happening? Wow. Oh, there's no lights in this room. That's true. Why aren't you moving, buddy? He should move, but he doesn't. I have questions. You like being in the water more? I guess it doesn't like this water much. Yep, there's a weird little shark thing. He's got little rockets on him. Little thingies in the back. He goes... Oh, like he's a little submarine. I thought I'd actually make him like the little chariot submarine. I thought that would be pretty hilarious if he was that sort of thing. So that might be what he becomes, like just a little, like the water version for the chariot. You can have a little sub to go around and everything like that instead of having the Emperor go underwater, which is okay, but I mean, the sub might be more fun. Yep, I get to put whatever crap I want on things and it's all good. I've been putting a lot of lots of doll heads on things. I need more doll pieces. I need to go to Daz and just wreck a bunch of things intentionally, like destroy the geometry and stuff, so I can create pieces of all the models and then use them to make more amalgamations of things. Pause and play the live. Switch buffer is bad. I always have the issue. Oh. Maybe. Oh yeah, I decided to change this room. This is the room that got the pond scum. It looked way too good to not be in this room. It really did. I mean, just look how great it looks in this room. This room just wants it. Look, he's headbanging. He's like, yep, yeah, I don't know why they're caught on something. They used to work better than that. They work better if they're not around anything, but it's pretty funny. He's excited. Yep. There's even little one down there. Yeah, I was very excited by the water change in here. It just seemed like it was perfect for this room. So it's got the change. I believe you already saw the heads. I don't even know. Are all the heads now watch? I actually set the AI to check for anything with the actor attack doll face and turn it towards me when I get near them. Now they all watch. Very laggy at the moment, but whatever. But yeah, I have wallies. They were little dolls with gun mouths that sit on the walls and shoot at you. Obviously, optimization will be very important here. I'm still debating on if I'm going to do the whole upside down building thing. I don't know if I'm going to. It seems like it'd be kind of fun, but at the same time, I would need a huge number of extra enemies. I don't know if I really am looking to put like an extra 100 enemies in the game. Oh, that's not destroyable. This is. So it's like, maybe. I don't got it, man. You know, it's all good. Just hanging out's all that really matters to me. This one unhittable? I'm hitting it. Barely. How come you're not really taking hits? Weird. Yeah, I'll probably need to find a better method for having all the heads in here and everything. I still want to make these have little centipede legs. So they can, you know, crawl around after you. And they probably will later. Right now they're my platforms. Even though I'm bad at my own game. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta make hallways more exciting, you know? Meow Mix is very sexy for some reason. Oh my. I'm terrified. It kills me too. Yep. Hell yeah, Bubble One. I might recolor it. I might also just make my own too to make a better Bubble One that's more themed. But I don't know. It does bubble things, so that's always fun, but I think I need to fix the bubbles on these things. Yeah, they do. You don't get truly bubbled. But yeah, I was working on that room. Other than the speed, it seems pretty good, but I probably need to spawn in all these thingies. I can't just leave them on the map, but even though they are... Are they even blueprints? Yeah, they're still blueprints. So I need to fix that, probably. It only gets the one in the room, and Poppet's the one turning them all, so that's kind of good. I have my music room, too, which... I need to make a music puzzle, which is part of why I started making the buttons that do things. Oh yeah, like the city originally it was in. I may not change the name because there's an RPG called that now. It was just a name I had from like 20 years ago or something. Guess I should have used it immediately, huh? I've just left it there as a good old-fashioned placeholder. Oh yeah, the piano's great. I made the buttons big enough so you could jump on them. Before they were too small. You couldn't jump on the black buttons very well. White ones are easy, but I want to have a puzzle where you find the right notes throughout the place, and then jumping on it reveals a secret. I have the thing saying in the air too what they are, but I think I'll make it where it doesn't say sharp. I'll just have it do the little symbol for it, but still kind of wonky though. It just doesn't play well. So I probably need to extend the keys out, which means I need to remake this piano a bit. It's all merged together. Why is it shaking all weird? But I'll figure something out. They're just hitting things. That's just what they do. Don't even worry about it. They just hit chairs and things. Shakes the screen. Yeah, I'm working on something like that. I'll probably take my universal button code and dump it on those when I figure out what I want to do with it. I'll probably have to make some pictures of, like, you know, like a picture of what the keys are which, because I don't even know what keys are what, to be honest. Put it up here or something, and then put images around somewhere. So you have to go find them. Maybe in this room. Maybe I'll make you like just memorize them, honestly. It won't be that long of one, but if you have to actually, I mean, you can write it down if you want, but over in this room with Charlotte chasing you, that makes it more scary to have to go find all those things. So I'm assuming I'll probably have that in there. I'm adding puzzles as I go back through it. I may have the toy save mechanic too, where you can back to the thing as well. Just more things that are weird to do in the rooms that aren't just fighting. Yeah, if I just start putting on the walls or something over here. Where's Charlotte at? Or the game can crash. My poor computer hates me. I mean, that's fair. It's been going for 7 hours without crashing that, so. Sometimes Yui just wants to reset itself. Are we gonna bring back up the little UE thing? Yeah, maybe. Oh, I didn't even want to bring back up the little epic market thingy. Damn. Blah 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 blah. Not that one. This one. This one. I migrated the game to a new project so I could package it. It packaged. It took a while. The worst error in the packaging was the
That was easy.
That's right. Definitely. Yeah, someone packaged their actually they put the directory their asset was in as Android. And even though I was packaging for Windows, it's just considered a forbidden word and you cannot name a directory Android. And I didn't know that they had done this. So I sat there for I think it took like an extra 2 hours before I figured that was the problem. I was like, wait, what? There are other problems too, but it was in fact not great. No. And I've run out of alcohol. I'll be right back. I require more alcohol. The chair will keep everyone busy. Yes. Well, thanks for looking, Fox, and thanks again for the raid. Actually, I should shout you out too for that matter. I got so excited about things. Always get so excited. Terrible thing. Actually, you need to disable sound alerts so that it just plays a sound alert and not the redemption sound. Okay. I'll have to look into that. I thought it fixed that, but I guess not. Oh well, I'll have to look into it after stream or something. Did the music stop? Oh no, I ran out. I guess it has been going for a long time. I gotta put more tracks in there because it only went like 7 hours. Rookie numbers. Uh, hmm. If I could coax the YouTube people into subbing. It's so quiet over there. It's crazy. Welcome back, Sending Goat. Now, what name do you prefer? I mean, do you like Ascending Goat games? Do you like Ascending? Do you like Goat? Games would be kind of weird if it's just games, but... Games? That's right, games. It'd be so awkward. I'm gonna have vacuum tubes to both sides, I think. Anyone that can be turned on and off, that was what I was doing, and then I got caught up and things like that, but anyone that counts as being in light but does not have the turn off thing is, but does have the ability to be turned on and off. Is there even an option for that? So that's the key. Nope. Pretty much aims now. Sucks to be you. Correct. Oh. Only my range is like derp. Doesn't like anything right now. I'd want to copy the other one there because it has the stuff pre-set up for what I need. Okay, so where's light on and off this here? This doesn't even really help the AC light thingy. I just run this anyway and just put it on directly on there, I guess. Fair enough. You be an ascending goat. I mean, it's always good to be the goat, right? Actually, I'm just gonna rewrite this as room located in. Call this the light array. Wait. Add. I need light code for this too. Also, just want this. I don't have to remember. I ain't got a member. Not the goat yet. Still climbing. Still ascending. Hope one day consider one of the goats in the Indian Delegate. Actually, no, I don't hope. I will one day, but I mean, you know, that's the attitude to have. You can wish for something all you want, but wishing and working towards it are two very different things, right? And, you know, those who believe they'll succeed, who work towards things, are more likely to get there than those who just wish. I guess you could do both, I suppose, but that's, you know, a lot to ask, right? Imagine wishing and working. Weird. Who does that? Strange. You only do the wishing part? Oh, one day you can, you know, do the work part too, right? I believe. You got this. I like raw talent, making persistence. I think persistence is more valuable than raw talent anyway. Plenty of people I know with incredible amounts of talent never do anything with it. And then there's people who, you know, just they work really hard. Maybe they don't have the skills to start with, but it doesn't matter. They just put the effort in. And they are rewarded. Oh, no. It is definitely. This is this one here, right? Or they interface, don't they? It's not gonna. I could cast it. Well, that's static mesh. I'm not casting a static mesh. Guess I can put it on the puzzle thingy. And button lights on. And then what I actually need is not this. This is already on here, and I could just do it here. Puzzle. VPad puzzle. Look at it, as long as I keep improving, even if just slightly, I eventually will reach my goals. That's exactly. every step towards the mountain gets you one closer to it, you know? And game dev is one hell of a mountain, but you can still reach it. It can still happen. But now I've fallen below 100 viewers between YouTube and Twitch. Damn. It's actually at like 98 between the two of them. YouTube is so quiet. They're so weird. I like them, but they're so quiet. Why don't they talk? At least Twitch people talk. Why can't everyone talk? Oh my god. Alright, so for each, going to do this here, true, and then ain't no need to branch this. Could just flip flop it on a Sentinel. I'm not even doing that. Just could flip flop and it'd be about the same. Oh well. It's hard to reference things later, so I tend to not flip flop because it's difficult to deal with it later for purposes of anything else. But maybe. Let's see. Type whatever I want without trying or looking. Fair enough. Especially without if you type often enough, you can type without needing to look at what you're doing. Okay. That's true. So true. I just want this variable available so this way if I want to use it later for something, it's available. It should default to off. That should work. Every lecture. See you after the next stream. Nice, nice. Good luck with the lecture. Hopefully it's exciting. Thanks for watching, what I'm talking with. Thanks. You definitely make the streams that much better for being around. That is not the room I wish to be in. There is nothing to test in there other than a shark that doesn't really work. Those don't look off to me at all. Wait, what? That's dumb. Wrong one. I'm smart. Yes. I'm gonna shut off, did it? I was watching you type and thought I was doing tricks with the keyboard by showing her that it's just typing. My muscle memory, how you type often enough? No. Type really fast, not need to look. It's a good skill to learn. I thought it was a terrible skill to learn until it wasn't. I don't know if one of the most used skills I had in my whole life. Probably the most useful thing high school ever taught me. Should default to false. I don't want to make it insettable, so I'm not going to change that. Let's see what it even gets first before we waste our time with anything else. Does it even reach this point? It should, but... it does not reach the vacuum tubes. Okay, so... I guess I get 4 of them. Also, was gonna have a second one anyway, but not sure I even want to, honestly. One's probably enough, but maybe not. I went to high school the other day that never learned how to type. Only some schools don't require it nowadays. My school made me learn it, and I'm glad I saw high school doing one finger at a time, picking it in. I mean, to be fair, there's schools that don't even require you to get an education now, so. Just graduate automatically. At least, you know, in the US. Other countries, they actually have to get educations, but here, not so much. Tell me about the light array. What's in the light array and why? Oh, why? Oh, doesn't it work? You know what? I plan to teach my daughter how to type myself. Okay, so I think everyone should learn how to type, probably. Yeah? Definitely. Because, you know, honestly, just educating your own child is always a good plan. Hoping that some random stranger does a better job seems like a terrible thing. After all, then they're basically raising your kid. That doesn't seem so hot. Doesn't seem so hot at all. See, turn button lights on. We're getting added to the light array. Oh, I think I know what the problem is. Well, let me double check. It's the wrong vacuum tube. It doesn't have the event. I'm just stupid. But I already knew that. That's a lot of questions. Make sure to teach her every chance I get. Good father right there. Knows how to build a computer? Nice, nice. Built her own. Not bad for a 7-year-old? Yes, yes. Teach them well. I say, there's still a chance to make her a game dev yet. I believe. Got this. Get her into Roblox or something. Roblox lets you do game dev. Lights are off. Those lights are on. Why all of them though? The other ones aren't on. Like, they don't have the lights. They just turn white. If none of them are on, then they turn not white. Interesting that they go all dark if there's none of them. That's so weird. Why? That's right. I believe she can be one. Let no one tell you different. Don't even let her tell you different. Sometimes you just gotta force your kids to take the wrong path. I mean the right path, not the right path. You never totally the right path. Take that path. So if all of them are off, it does it. But if even any one of them are on, they turn white. And then light up as normal. So in what world? Why does it affect all of them? We should only be getting all children of this. And this default one turns them all off. If this wasn't connected up, they would default on, right? No. Yeah, turning on a single one gets all of them. And on this list, there are 8 of them, so that makes sense. Just to double check, I'll add one more. And see if it checks and finds 10. We're supposed to be getting all of its descendants, not... Yeah, now there's 10 of them. So, I mean, that's notable. Okay, so it gets them all. I don't need this one to prove my point. I already proved it. John, my sister's daughter. She's been around technology her entire life. My teacher answers every question she has, and she's a lot of questions. Asked me the difference between her and other kids. She asks a lot of questions. Kids are not intuitive, won't learn because they don't want to learn. Fire. Who wants to learn, so it makes teaching her easy. Yeah. A willingness to learn sure does help in actually learning. Curiosity is a wonderful thing. I wish I had it. I wish I did. I don't think I really do very often, but it's something I'm super excited about. A child's curiosity, but they just love it, have interest in everything. That's fantastic. How does this get actors from other stuff? I'm only getting the descendants of this. Which, I mean, I do all the time in the other code. I'm gonna check the other code out. What am I missing? Something stupid. Every contraption would have this problem, so... Okay, so... Man puppet, sure. Perhaps if I put them all in like a scene or something and get that instead of just getting the actor itself, it'll work better? Worth a try. I still don't see how I can get everything else. It's insane. What's your curiosity earlier in life? Way further along? If there's more questions on it? Yeah. I got caught up playing games and I didn't spend a lot of time talking to people when I was younger. And I would mess with computers and things, but I think they would have been better in life. I wish YouTube had existed earlier in life. The amount of information I learned in 1 year off YouTube was greater than all the information I learned, you know, from like, you know, all the way through high school. High school was a joke. Worthless. Absolutely worthless. Every grade up to that, all worthless. 1 year of YouTube. Bunch of stuff spoken through a thick Indian accent. I learned all kinds of things. It's hard to find knowledge when I was a kid. Now it's just everywhere. Not that people tend to use it very much, but you know. Wait. I think the problem is that I'm getting that instead. Get children components. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't know why I'm getting actors. I'm stupid. I am the stupid. It's stupido. Or EH loop. Get the display name. Component has tag. Ranch. Ranch. Oh no, ranch. Yeah, it's the letter A, which seems to not care. All. Component has tag light. It was something stupid. Oh. There we go. That's good. Well, the good news is I broke it. Bad news is I Am I broke? Okay, so what actually happened here? They never reached the vacuum tube from the look of it. Actually, I'm gonna do something easier on myself here. I'm gonna do another scene. Light scene. There's no need to iterate through everything. I can just iterate through the light scene and get what I need. They weren't in the thing, so of course they didn't work. Are the lights in there? I don't even know. There's lots of words on my screen. I dislike all of them. Um, I'm missing here. I started playing my code more. College I went to for computer science. As opposed to was classrooms. I thought was pretty funny. It said, "His program will save you hours of planning." It's fair. But not wrong. I pretty much started with a plan of, you know, like a series of like, you know, planning stuff out and then planning more things out and planning like that, and then the plans eventually turn into real things. But in a lot of cases it's just implement something and then run with it. But if I knew in advance what I was gonna do, I probably could do it faster. I do tend to make a lot of things that are just like a placeholder. I have the habit of making the placeholder that gets it done, and then coming back later if I have time to go, oh yeah, I can make it better. Do I even need their descendants? I don't want their descendants. I just want them. That's what I really want right there. I don't need everyone's crap. I just need the thingies here. And it was just program as it comes. I mean, sometimes you got to program as it comes, you know? Making a perfect thing is a bad decision. Like trying to make the perfect everything in the first try. You never know what the perfect thing's going to be, and you'll spend forever trying to get that. It's better to make a get it done and then go from there. You should plan out what your overall goal is, sure, but I wouldn't be planning out code or anything to try to make perfection. That never works. This never happens. Why does it not send? That makes sense if they're just not sending the right reference there. Like they're just not able to reach it. This code was reaching it earlier though. It has to be child actors, I guess. Well, that was really the problem of them all being activated, which is weird. This is the same code. That's what's so weird. It affects all of them. I mean, they were turning on off, but they would all turn white first when the first one turned, and then it all turned black when none of them were on, which is bizarre. Hmm. It's going back the other way, huh? Oops. There's some blanks in there. They're on button lights. Nothing's invited me. Oh, I see. This is my fault. I don't know why they turn on like that. That doesn't make much sense at all. It doesn't ruin anything, it's just weird. Well, they mostly. It doesn't really ruin anything that they turn white, but because they don't show up as being completely on or anything. I have to wonder if the white is a material change that it doesn't like. I could just default them all to this. And then do that. Then they don't have to click at the start. They'll just be off. This will stop it from clicking at the start. Pretty worth. I know I'm showing all of them because they're all they do all their own things. It's not that it's getting all of them. The fact that it turns white when you turn the first one on is weird. If that's what it's supposed to look like, why is the other one white? Like a material change, but it's not supposed to change materials. At least it works. That's a start. I mean, I got back to square one on that one, but I didn't know for certain that's what would happen, so it doesn't clicky whenever I start the thing. No, that's true. This. Now read this. Oh. I'm way more tired than expected today. I'm just like, "Rah." I guess it has been 8 hours in the stream, so it's not like it's been 0 hours. I'll have to, I mean, I'll probably still go longer. I'm not really doing anything particular that's important today. But I want to put these places and then I guess control panels to put things on so you can have a button to push. So you have to go hunt them down. Trying to change the way the text works on them so you can have more space for things, but Yes, it's my dream to have lots of buttons on things. Feels that the game will be truly done once the control panels are truly done because I keep adding to them, so. In time, I believe. How far down do I want you to be able to go in here? And do I want a secret area you can reach only through lowering the water each time? Wherever it is, it needs to be like on the ground. Probably can't really hit it otherwise. And the plan here was to make it that you can get through this area into this area. And probably I'm going to get rid of these holes in the wall. Because, well, am I? Like, instead of having doors this time around, I could actually have, we have to lower all the water down to here. And then raise it back up in this room in order to get through here. I would need something that floats on the water. Maybe look at how that works. Or just make it that there's like little platforms that are revealed by the water, which would be fine. Depending on what I want to do with that. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Just have it where things are revealed by that, you know, raising the water, and lowering the water. Which that means I basically need to build, like varying levels of platforms with the intention of them being above and below water. The only thing though is that if I lower the water completely, then she'd just reveal all the platforms to be able to get up to it. Unless she could swim, there would be no way to get through there. So I think the Emperor needs to be necessary to get through this room because you need to be able to raise up the water in order to reach the platforms. That would make the most sense. So I'm assuming the way this is going to pan out is that you're going to go through these other sections over here, either down here into these areas, or going over to this general vicinity in order to lower the things. I assume you'll fight the first mini boss, or the first of the, like, the halfway boss probably will be here in this room, I'm assuming. And then maybe the final boss too. I've done that before. The final boss is like right next to the starting room. So you'll do that. You'll do what you can to lower the water. You'll get down into this area, which will let you get a MacGuffin. I don't know what it is, a key probably. Under this key, you'll then be able to go back through these and progress up into this area to get to wherever the Emperor is. There's currently a tomato room, so maybe I'll go to the tomato room next. And then armed with the Emperor, you'll be able to progress into this room, which will then put you in a water room. I may remove everything from this room and just turn it into a weird water room. Yeah, I think this entire area is going to be about raising and lowering the water. I'm gonna make note of all this. There's no way I'm doing all this tonight. Like, obviously, this is the work of probably the next week. Truly design what I'm thinking of here. I like the plan though. It's very gamified, which is, you know, like I said before, I just had ideas. They weren't really gamified, but now this sounds more like a real plan. I changed the little logo on the top. Since the other one was more like Alice in Wonderlandy, like her falling, you know, into like a whole new thing, like down the rabbit hole. But the simple reality is there's no scene of her falling. There was in the RPG Maker game. But that's not this game. The two games are incredibly different, both in gameplay, and the story has changed a fair amount since then, because honestly this one's just a much more developed story with a lot more interesting things going on. Let's see. In Grotto. I'm not sure if you see Pirate Graver, but I'll call it that for now. In the chat for no reason. And no one said anything for a little bit, so that's fine. Yeah, I'll probably write notes on this. Maybe I'll do a bit of what I'm thinking here, but I think the simple reality is now that I have everything built, well, the device needed to run this first section, I'll be doing that definitely tomorrow. Get the next area to play out and everything. You have to do a bunch of optimizing in the first area. I'm probably gonna add a bunch of puzzles and change some things up anyway in general. I think that I have a lot of time before I want to release a thing for to Epic for the Mega Grant. We'll basically create something for them. So I might as well embellish the crap out of it, because they're looking at was it July 22nd? So I mean, we only in May. I got like a 2.5 months to add things to the stuff there to make it even better, and I most certainly will. Alright, so where was I? Am I raising the water, lowering the water in the Pirate Cove, maybe? So, once you get the moon tarot, I'm assuming those are going to be the two major 8-hour stream? Oh, yeah. That's like normal. We'll see. I usually go 8 to 10 hours, so a lot of it just depends on how excited I am and how tired I am. Earlier in the week, it's easier to go longer. Later in the week, it's pretty hard. I still do it, though, if I'm really excited about something. Right now, I'm in the planning phase for what I want to do for this area. I have a pretty good idea now for where I want to go with it, make it more gamified. Which is good, because I was worried about that. But now that I have both water mechanics figured out. I will. You don't want to release it too fast for people to mess with, because, you know, what I found was the first wave of testing is about the testing you're going to get. The game sucks on the first wave. You don't usually get a lot of testing beyond that first wave. What happened with the last time I tried? So, gotta optimize it first, do all these things. It'll be fine. I want it super polished and wonderful before people even touch it. Mostly I want it super polished and wonderful before Epic touches it, because I want them to hand me lots of cash. They're the #1 clients right now. Others eventually. I might have some local people test my game though first, though, before I put it on the internet. I need a Steam page first before I about that. Which I have not gotten around to making yet. I could put up a itch.io page, I think weeks ago, and I haven't added a single thing to it since. I was like, I'm gonna use this as my testing bed for what I want on my Steam page. It just has not gotten anywhere. Actually, job 1 is get monetized on YouTube. Screw the game, get monetized on YouTube. Oh my god. The amount of money that would require would be probably pretty high. Gotta get me some subs on YouTube. I'll take some subs on Twitch too, sure, but YouTube I need a lot. Anyway, so you get the thing from the Lunar Room here, and then from the Lunar Room, that's where I'm not sure I'm going yet. That lets you open moon doors. I assume in the Tomato Room you'll face Charlotte. I don't know where else I usually want you to face her in 2 to 3 areas per area, maybe even 4. But not all the areas are very set in stone, but this one's set up really well for Charlotte because it's just got a bunch of stupid little pathways for her to wander around. Now that raising and lowering the water is a thing, yeah, maybe. I don't even know about this thing here. I made this whole little garbage maze for funsies, but it doesn't seem very gamified, so I don't think it's very worth it. This just has water sticking through it. That's okay. I'm not too worried about it right now. Yeah, maybe I just make the whole area about water at this point. At first I thought the water would be really bad, but now that I basically have an underwater setup going and the ability to raise and lower the water, I think I can make the whole area work around that mechanic. Where's the final boss? Like, you get the midnight room here, but or you get the moonlight. Oh, sorry, no, the moon tarot here. But you've already been to here at this point, and you've already been to the one on the other side. Which then means backpedaling, which is fine. Or backtracking, I should say. That honestly just leaves this section as the main section you haven't really been to. There's really nothing else. It's just these and anything under here. So that'll be, where did you hide the 4 buttons? And oh, this feels more like the last boss. Oh, the boss of the area room. It could be. It's the most open room. I don't like the secret garden that I made. I don't think it's very good. I think it's very crap. I think it wants to be good, it just isn't there. So we'll make a preliminary idea of rooms in this are too big. I don't want that. Well, I mean, you're gonna face Sally in Sunken Depth. Wherever the hell the Sunken Depths is. Don't know. The first section of this seems pretty good. I like the first section. I think in finding the first section, you will fight whoever the boss is of the area. I think I had notes for who the boss was supposed to be. With the, like, you know, the midway boss, or the mid boss, if you will. There you go, yeah. Is supposed to be. I don't remember what they were. It's been months since I looked. Yeah, this game's come so, like, hearing this track, because this track was like the world music for like one of the earliest games I was making, and how far things have come since then is crazy to me. Good track though. Doesn't fit this game. That's the game dev doc, I don't need that. I do still dream of making some of the games I was going to make, only I'd make them way better than they are now. Or than they were. See if I can find my notes for... I was gonna have Snugglewolf will be the guy? I don't know about that. Just up real fast before I move on the screen. A pretty old one for what I thought about things like that. I think a Neverland theme for this, but I changed it up a bit. Almost like a Wonderland theme, some combination of the two. I can make Jeff a boss. A little shark thingy. This was the only area where I was uncertain about the bosses. I have pretty good idea of bosses for everywhere but this area. Sally was, you know, always going to be the boss, but the midway boss, however, I don't have a very good place for teddy bears because I have teddy bears. Like I can make a bunch of them. I'm good to go on them. But when it comes to just like weird characters like that, I don't have a very good option for them. Oh, Lesser Dollhouse, but mostly it's just a basement. This is old thing. If I just snuggle with like a pirate, maybe. Snugglewolf would be so much better in the freaking city area. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know about this one. I'm trying to figure out where the boss would even be, but now I want to make everything water-based because of the fact that there's water everywhere. Because I have like two different mechanics that work around water now. Where's the way down? I suppose I should figure out that. Like, where do you go down at? Is it just here? Like at the start? Is it this where down is? Is this the way? I have all these things like the midnight room and stuff down here that don't really do anything yet. So I have this area down here to work with. The boss could be down in these areas, I guess. There's no wall there. I mean, I could use Jeff as a boss. He's kind of lame, though. It'd be funnier as a friggin' chariot submarine instead. Which I think would be pretty cool. You have a little submarine fight. Some way to, you know, beat up on some sort of, like, ship type thing. I mean, that'd be kind of cool. More whimsical and funny. It makes the chariot cooler. I want the chariot to be a bunch of vehicles, so... I mean, because it's called a chariot, for God's sakes. It better be something involved with vehicles, right? Is that not the point of the chariot? Like... Seems like it would be. This isn't even a finalized idea. I do think I want this to be where the boss is. I really do, like the actual boss. Maybe I do call it the pirate graveyard. Because the sunken depth sounds like someplace you'd fight like a shark or something, so maybe I have a sunken depth somewhere. Maybe I put more water in places and then just everything's about raising and lowering the water. Maybe I ditched the secret garden idea because it kind of sucks. It plays badly because it's not gamified and it just seems thematically off for this area. I could definitely drop it to like a lower level if need be. Of course, this is kind of the garden area anyway. It is kind of a neat setup though, having the glass there. I don't know. I'll figure something out on that. I was gonna make this like the midnight room. I'm gonna make this the last room. Right here, the pirate graveyard will be the last room. I'll let you wander by and see that Sally's wandering around in here, and you just can't get to her. So she'll be guarding the key to the next area, basically Toy City, which I think the first room will be the Gear Works. So let's assume she has the key. I'm gonna put the key in that room so I remember. I have a perfect place. Let's be real here. If there was any place in this whole place that would be called the Sunken Depth, it's probably the room that's basically underwater, right? That makes sense. I'm not crazy, I assume. It seems like the best choice. So if that's the Sunken Depth, full kill plane, that is not what I'm looking for, but thank you. Yeah, so let's change this up. I actually don't remember where I put every one of these buttons anymore. Nice. Did I just remove two and not even bother to put it anywhere? Might've. Here. Let's say I put two right here. I'm going to put it on top of something, but for purposes of later, for this, I'm just going to go ahead and mark it as fine and move on. I might be redesigning some rooms for some additional things. Yeah, I just have to pick a stairway down. That's all that really matters. I guess I could have just one of them in this room. Where am I going for the final one? I guess I can go to these areas here. This room could be really early, actually. So let's put the button here, I guess. To do that, you get those things there, and then you get Tomato Village and go to here, and that would be interesting if you backpedal through this to get to Tomato Village. If that's the case, I'd probably remove this door. Though it's kind of already set up, but that doesn't have to be the case. So yeah, it's let's see locations here. I haven't named the other rooms. I can code name them though. It's often just about having a name set up for stuff. Or like it's just a layout for things, so I can build off that. Once I have a layout, I can make a lot of things happen. Maybe. I basically want to have a maze down here, I think, of stuff. Basically, the Moon Tarot has to unlock some room with the Sunken Depths key. So these rooms down here need to be named stuff. And then from there, I'm probably going to change it up. I don't know if I'm going to keep the secret garden thingy or not. Sure. Oh, it's the Hidden Grotto storage room for now. Is that what I want to call this? First off, it's not capitalized. But wait. This one you can kind of see what it's, well, I don't know, it could just be a storage room. Just call it the pump room.
Oops. Oh, a secret passage. It's more like an employee's entrance. It could actually just be employee's entrance. If this is the way down, I don't want to call it that, but it might not be. I'm not sure what the way through here is, but this seems like the most likely way out to the next floor. I didn't plan very well for that. So if that's the case... The stairs over here, but I don't want to do that because this is over here. Originally I did have the way down over here, but I'm not anymore. I think it's probably gonna be down here. As you call it, the grotto storage room. You go to all those. I guess I'll see Jefferson and ring there. I'll have to sneak more tarot cards in here too, so this is super rough on what I'm planning on doing here. But you gotta plan all this stuff, because you don't plan and it just leads to stupid things. Like you'll just spin your wheels for nothing. Don't worry about it. I go out of my way to have to redo a lot of things as I find better and better ideas, but in most cases it's better just to have anything and then just keep adding to it than have nothing. So in a lot of cases I'll just start making something. This will lead to a pretty good idea, I think, of where I want to go. I need to name all the rooms. That there's got to be multiple rooms, so...
I assume this is going to be part of like the maze. It could all be part of the thing there. But the problem is again, the secret guard is not gamified. It's just you running around. Stupid. Like, it would look nice for what it is, but it doesn't do anything for our gameplay. It might get removed from more water. This whole room could be like place could be full of water except for the way down, with various pools that are all controlled by it. If that's the case, yeah, let's say the way down is here. Let's just make that the plan. I'm not gonna have you remove all the water from a room in order to go down. That would be weird. I could just have a pathway that's just like, yeah, this is the way. Go down here. Blah blah blah. Let's just grab this and drag it over so I have an idea of what I'm doing. Honestly, it's probably already a pre-made wall. Why is this one so... Whatever, I'm just gonna make geometry brushes. I'm just gonna build it. Whatever, I don't care. Ooh. Oh wait. Okay, well, usually when you have something selected, it will just instantly do what you need and you don't have to worry about it, but not that time. Not the kind of is going here right now. Honestly, I wish it was all just super upbeat at the moment, because that would probably help make me a little more less tired, I should say. Nice. Not perfect, but don't matter. It got to be perfect. Is there a door anywhere already? What are you? Just empty, huh? Nice. This is what I want. Sizing the door seems terrible. This room probably isn't going to be very big, so I'm probably going to end up pushing it to a small room here. I'll rename things later. Whatever, I don't care right now. This is just a layout plan here and make this all part of the secret garden. Ooh. Yeah. So with this here, I guess I do make this a giant boy city, sorry, a giant secret garden thing. Pop out into here. I don't know where all the Tinka paintings are gonna go. I think I'm just gonna kind of start putting things in places and then go from there. I usually anticipate out 4 Tinka paintings there and then like maybe 2 save boxes over the course of the level because the Tinka paintings act as saves. I was going to put a save immediately here because, you know, you come all this way and you're in the second chapter effectively, so... or the second biome, or whatever you want to call it. It's possible I could just not put more toy boxes anywhere and only have Tinka paintings. You always have to go to her to save. It kind of makes the toy boxes less exciting though. I'm trying to get a good layout of the rooms, exactly where I want to be in the names of things. So I can theme them like that and just have a plan to just where you're going to go through all things like that. It took me a while to get a plan for the first one too. I ended up adding a lot more rooms as I went along. And that's not to say I won't do that here too, but it just helps if I have names for things as well. Oh, Toy City key. Actually, the Gearworks key, right? Oh, the Gearworks are just... what do I call it? Do you want to call it that? I call it. I just call it Toy City. And that covers all the areas that are currently in here, with the exception of, like, you know, I haven't named some of the little rooms, but the secret garden is huge. Which it could be. Maybe I could lower an upper secret garden, I think. This will almost certainly get changed, but for now. Purchase it or get a mortgage? I mean, if I could afford the house outright, I'd in most cases rather just buy it. I don't like paying out a bunch of money on things and just paying interest forever. It would depend on the rates, of course. You know, if I could float the mortgage long enough to get a huge amount of equity in the house because the house goes up in value, then I would probably just flip the house and not outright buy it, but and then I would take the money and invest somewhere else. However, if the rate sucks on the mortgage, I'd rather outright buy the house and not have a mortgage at all. If I was going to keep it, I would definitely rather not have a mortgage. Admittedly, I don't have a house either way, so. What are you talking about, Lepus? I've been up till like super late a lot of days. Usually 8 to 10 hours that I stream. Maybe for the future, that's fair. It really just depends on the rates. I mean, if you think you can take the money and invest it somewhere else and make better money than the interest that you're paying, it makes sense to do so. But in a lot of cases, just outright owning your house means you'll end up paying about 3x the price of the house over a 30-year loan. So you really don't want to take a 30-year loan. You want to just outright buy your house. If you plan on keeping it for 30 years. If you don't plan on keeping it for 30 years, then it's not terribly relevant, is it? I think I have a basic idea of where I want this to go. This area. I'm going to end up splitting things up into a lot more rooms than this. I anticipate around 20 plus rooms on this floor. And the secret garden's a complete mess. I'll probably have Charlotte appear somewhere else as well. I don't know what are the tarot cards I'm going to hand out here. I was originally going to give out Temperance. So far, the only one I'm handing out is the Emperor. If there are 66 cards, then I will be needing to hand out 11 cards here. Unless I have a upside down world. I don't know if I'm going to, though. I really don't. That might be a bit much. The number of enemies is so high. I would need like another 70 to 100 enemies. Plus multiple bosses and everything. Like, sure, I wouldn't have to design any levels, but that's a tall order. I don't think I'm going to do it, even though I thought it was kind of a cool idea. Same about the demo, I'm just working on the next area of it. Thinking about what I was going to work on next. I got to do a bunch of story things for the demo, I think, at this point. And a bunch of optimizations. I was going to add in more puzzles and things like that, too, just to make things interesting. I do game dev for fun at this point, because I don't make any money off it. I mean, I guess I make a little money streaming, but until I get paid money, I'm doing it for fun, right? I do enjoy it a bunch, and it definitely started as a hobby. I will definitely be releasing this game for money, though. That's crazy not to. They're too long. They're starting to win the fight. But yeah, I don't know. I'm making as much of the game as possible. Get an idea of things. Use it to make a good trailer. I have 2.5 months before they start even taking submissions for the mega grant. I like a lot of the first area, except for that I once added some puzzles. I may add the toy saving mechanic back in as well. If I don't include that hidden world, then that gives me a whole lot of extra models to play with. I'll probably just have a secret final area. It's not like the area being flipped upside down. I already planned for 2 endings. Originally there was 3 endings, but I don't know if there'll be a 3rd one. 2 for certain. And I'll probably just base it on whether or not you can get the World Tarot or not. That really depends. If Poppet Quest sells really well, Poppet Quest 2. If not, well, anyway. I had a game I was working on called And Remember Tomorrow, which is probably the game I would pick back up. Not going to worry too much about that in the future, though, because I'm so far off of this one. About like 1.5 years off this one, at least. But I got to get the second area started. I've been sitting there languishing on the first area for quite a while. True. I don't necessarily have to put it in their hands, you know, July 22nd either. It's like July 22nd through September 22nd, so it's not like it's an immediate. But it's 2.5 months before I can even do that. I'll get everything I can together for that. Make it as awesome as possible. Job 1 though was actually just get monetized on YouTube. I don't care as much about the other stuff. I want the mega grant next, but I'm definitely getting the watch hours. I just don't have the sub, which sucks. Hey, I'll look into the various things. It's going to be busy, busy times. A lot of what I designed here was actually not necessarily just for this area. I was actually going to put puzzles in the first area. It's just that this area was just a good place to design buttons and things. I was like, it's kind of a cool place. I'll sit here for a while. Yeah, I'll have my entire series of videos about making this game available on YouTube, so, you know. Hell yeah, it is. Sure, I'm only down to 54 people watching on YouTube right now. It was at 122 at one point. So, I mean, that's some big numbers there. Not saying anyone's quitting their day job, but imagine the amount of extra money I'd have towards making the game better if I could get monetized on YouTube at this point. It'd be real good. Whereas, you know, Twitch, I'm slowly gaining people, but the amount I have on Twitch watching is a fraction of what I have on YouTube. So if I can get monetized there, I don't know what YouTube pays, but it ain't zero. That's for certain. I probably need to start making shorts and things. That might actually be my next thing, is to make a bunch of little videos instead. I mean, I'm still going to stream the whole time, of course. She had to pay me so I don't have to work a regular job so I can finish the game faster. That's what I'll do with it. Like, this is so I can literally work on the thing there exclusively. Because at that point, that's... I don't need any more assets or anything like that. I'm pretty well golden. So it's literally just so I can work my not work my regular job and save an extra 40 hours a week to work towards the game. I mean, realistically, I'd probably work 60 hours a week on the game. I'd probably not keep up the 80-hour a week schedule that I've been doing. That's just exhausting. By Friday, I'm like, I don't think I'm a very nice person by Friday. I'm just not. I'm tired by Friday. Oh my god. And then the weekend I kind of rest up and I'm like, alright, Monday rolls. I'm like, yeah, I'm good again, guys. But beyond that, we'll see. Like, you know, I mean, my advertising plan is streaming. That's it. That's my advertising plan so far. I'm gonna, when it comes down to, like, you know, the final thing there, I'm gonna, or at least I'm gonna hand it to every streamer I know. Be like, hey guys, here you go. A lot of people want to play it, so that'll be pretty good. And then I'll contact everyone on YouTube who's remotely interested in a Metroidvania and be like, hey, I got a 3D Metroidvania for you. I'm not too worried about the advertising at this point. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Given the trajectory of how I'm doing on streaming, I don't think it'll be a problem. Successfully finishing the game, though, is still a long ways off. Because I figure there'll be at least 5 areas and a 6th hidden area. And I'm working on the 2nd one. I've not even remotely broke ground on the 3rd one. I'm barely, I've got, I think I'm about like 20% of the way on the 2nd one. Like, I ain't far at all. That's probably being really generous, to be honest. Like, yeah, I have some basic levels, but they're not gamified levels. Like, this room isn't even that gamified. There's a little bit to it with the water going up and down, but the rest is, like, there's a bit of jumping along this, I guess. Sure, I need open areas to fight on because, well, the enemy's got to fight somewhere. So this will probably be like a fighting section here, I imagine, up to the water. But for the most part, this is a very boring room. If you take out the water. The water is about the most exciting thing in this room. This room has literal nothing. This will probably be where the boss is. This room has nothing. This room is sort of gamified, I guess, and that Charlotte will chase you around here, so that's something. This room is a haphazard mess. Anyway, that sums that room up. Whatever. This room is a concept at best, a joke at worst. Yeah. This is just outright boring. I don't even know what the hell I'm thinking with this. Not much, apparently. So. Yeah, I don't like my current setup for this area yet. I at least have an idea. That's helpful. I've been worried about this area for quite a while. Not anymore, though. I suspect that's going to be how I start every area. Considerably worried about it. I'll have a bunch of concepts made whenever I get tired of optimizing or programming things, and I'll make a concept for the area, and then it'll be not great. Probably drop like a week making a concept area for each floor. Keep like none of it later.
I have okay ideas for like Toy City, which would be like the third area. Then the Great Board will be the fourth area, which would be much more chess themed and stuff like that. There'll be other stuff in there too, but because it's on the tile floor, that's why it's called the Great Board. So it's supposed to be a black and white tile floor. Why is it not this? I have so many questions, and they all consist of why. Actually, it's not very many questions when you think about it. There should be a checkered board. Where this? Come on. There we go. I don't know why the walls are that, but sure. I'll use this for like the Great Board. And I already have a the Red Queen and the Checker King as the bosses for it. And the basement. That's so up in the air right now. So up in the air. It'll either be quite long and probably even be 2 floors, or very short and there'll be a secret hidden area to cover up most of it. Just depends. I don't know, I mean, it took 2 hours. It takes almost 2 hours just to beat this upper area. It's not currently on this map, but... So I could string the base map pretty hard. There's not much down here at the moment, just concept stuff, but yeah. Made a workshop area, not where the final boss is, but I made it anyway. Final boss is most certainly, well, it's not supposed to be the final encounter. There will be an important encounter here, but it won't be the final one. Yeah. If you do the encounter wrong, it could be the final encounter. That's true. Admittedly, anyone watching the stream will get every spoiler under the sun because I'll have to make it all on stream anyway. Other than maybe the plot. I don't think I'm going to write the plot on stream just because I get so distracted so easily when writing that it's pretty hard for me to successfully write a story while doing anything else. But I expect there to be a whole lot of spoilers. Yeah, that's kind of the current plan. I do plan on having a secret broken world, but what that world's form will be is kind of up in the air. I have a vision of what I want it to be. And it's not the upside down place. I thought that was a fun idea, but it's not it. It's really not. I'm not making the game that's... I'm not making an extra 70 plus enemies for that. No, thank you. I'm already looking at having to make 70 plus enemies as is, so... That's a lot of enemies, by the way. I don't know if you know this. To program them all with unique mechanics and stuff, not including bosses. There's probably one that actually, well, I don't know how many enemies went in the first floor. Good question. Guess I should ask myself that question before I get too crazy about it. So, all heads are not enemies yet. There is a bugaboo. So. The struggle spawner is not specifically an enemy that's used there, they're just here. So -3. The mortar is not actually made, so -4. Voodoo assassins aren't there, -5. So it's actually only 13 enemy types sprung out across 21 rooms,
Which is pretty good, because I mean, that means the most time, like, if I use each one, like, I'd have to use each one like a little less than twice. And you gotta remember that 2 of the rooms have like bosses in them. But merely Vu has her own enemies. So you're looking at 13 enemies, 2 bosses on there, so 15 thingies. So then we're looking at, well, we'll just say the 13 enemies, because I'm gonna have 2 bosses per floor no matter what anyway. So with the 13 enemies, that's 78 enemies if I did, you know, 13 per floor. Twelve bosses in the main areas. Wow, wait. No, because there's 2 bosses per floor for the first 5. Is the basement a floor, or is it counted in the 5? That's a good question. It's probably counted in the 5. I guess it has to be. And then that would leave like 3 bosses for the broken world. So we're looking at 13 bosses. Potentially hidden ones as well, but I think that's about right. I think I have every boss figured out too at this point. A sub-boss for the second area was the last one. I have no idea. That's the only one I'm not really certain on. But probably some kind of fish boss or something, since, you know, there's like the sunken depths. It'd have to be something wacky like that. Maybe. So anyway, bosses and enemies together, that means 91 enemies that will need to be designed. Yes. And I'm going to guess about 120 rooms. Yeah. Well, maybe a little less in the final area. I don't know. We'll see on how that goes. Also, this area is so, like, vertical that I don't even know what counts this room. Like, where do we even count these? Like, is underwater a room itself too? Because then that's like 2 rooms here. Might not be. I might also wall this area off too and have one more room here too. Just because more gamified rooms is good, and having Poppet jump up things is pretty solid. I also don't want to put a pipe maze on every single ceiling, which is also why the upside down world sounds terrible. Just thinking about it, I was like, I gotta make a pipe maze. I don't even like the pipe mazes very much. They're probably my least favorite part. Like, every once in a while they're kind of neat, but most time it's just kind of ho-hum, let me run to the next area. I think the library one's the most fun one, because at least there's enemies to fight in it. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I at least have a plan now. I wasn't certain, but now I think I have a decent idea. Tonight's mechanics were pretty good, and the weekends I definitely settled on how I wanted the story to play out. I kept changing it a lot because, well, the areas kept changing. I think it picked up a lot of better stuff along the way, to be completely honest. We'll have to see, though. A lot of it could come down to how I can successfully program certain things. Well, I'm sure I can. Not too worried about the program. I guess it's kind of make some of the story things even happen. I don't want to get too cutscene heavy, that's for certain. I'll never get this done otherwise. Anyway, I should probably look for some sort of raid out scenario or something like that soon. Like 9.5 hours. That's a long... Well, not quite a long time. I mean, that's quite a while, though. So I should probably find someone. This person has Unreal Engine. Oh, I think tomorrow it's basically going to be... Maybe I'll finally tackle that music puzzle. Or maybe sound effects. I should just do those. I don't know why I haven't. Almost none of the enemies have sound effects. The music is just blaringly loud. Pretty much bird. But I'm thinking of winding down pretty quick here. I've been at it long enough today, and good things came about it, but and I made 2 whole subs on YouTube today. Yay! It's adding up. I tried 7 hours ago. That's like a long amount of sleep there. I usually only get 6. I'm just like, imagine unironically sleeping. Who does that? That's weird. Yep. Slowly but surely creeping my way up in the hopes of hitting monetization there. I definitely got to start making some videos or something. Once I get to the 1,000, I don't care anymore. It's the only number that matters to me in that, because I could have 1,000 or 2,000 or 20 million. Well, 20 million would be pretty cool, but I don't get paid from them until I have some amount of subs, so. But once I have that, it's irrelevant. It's just like Twitch. Once you get to 50 followers, you don't care after that. You're like, whatever, I have 50 followers. Only 50 followers is a lot easier than 1,000. 50 followers, you can almost just ask all your personal friends, be like, hey guys. I did actually. I asked a bunch of people I knew in real life. I was like, hey, can you help me out? YouTube, it's like, I don't even know close to that many people. I didn't say they were my friends. I just said I asked everyone I knew. But that's sad. To be fair, I don't have that many friends these days anyway. I didn't spend a lot of time outside because all those health problems for so many years that I kind of fell away from a lot of friends. Yeah. Imagine unironically, you know, having friends. What's that? That's weird. I have digital friends. That's close enough, right? Sure. Kind of been in the planning phase for the last like half an hour on the stream. I have a decent plan now. I have an idea of a starting layout of where to go in the second chapter, so that's helpful. That's right, Twitch and YouTube subs are the only friends I need. I mean, you know, I'll take what I can get. Hi, Thompson. Perry. I'm getting pretty close. I'm at almost 10 hours for this stream, so I am a little bit tired now. I always tell when I hit that point where I'm like, yeah, I'm not really accomplishing a whole lot, you know? To be fair, I did do a bunch of planning after I built my new water system. I probably put all the buttons all over the place. You can't really necessarily see them, but I guess that's incorrect. You could see my new water system. I could just take the same button and put 4 of them out there, and it'd be like the same thing. They're buttons I can use for anywhere and just trigger whatever I need. Yay! I can just jump on down. Oh, the YouTube ones didn't even show up on the thing here, or did you mention that a while ago? Huh. I don't know why those didn't show. Weird. Brush it so they show up? Whatever. Yeah. And now the water goes beer? Oh. Good. Oh, I changed the name. That's right, I changed the name. Yeah. Oh, I changed that to the room name to the Sunken Depths, didn't I? I didn't change the water. Sure. That's my bad. Water needs to have that too. They just got a rename. These are all Sunken Depths. Okay. Clicky, 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 yay! Clicky, clicky. Oh, I jumped on the wrong one. Lights really help. Yep. My plan was to make it so you lower certain sections of it so you can get to various things. You see how these like stick out above the water? So you could actually jump around on those. Also, for some reason it didn't slow me down. That's interesting. There we go. Oh, I don't have music for it. Oh, that's right. Let me change that on Poppet. I don't want to hear that. Let me rename the Sunken Depths since I just named it something different, you know? That's her default music if nothing is set to play. Here's the main event craft. Jeez. Yeah, that was. I made ghetto swimming. I don't have an animation for swimming per se, but you know, ghetto swimming is ghetto and therefore good. Now underwater, it's like much slower, as you can see. She can also jump basically an infinite number of times as long as she's under the water. This is her swim at the moment. As soon as you get above the water, you don't have extra jumps. But you can actually jump across the top of the water, though. You can skip it. Skippy, skippy. I probably should make it where the Emperor has to be active for that. What you'll have to do is you'll have to lower the water when you don't have the Emperor and go get like the key in order to get to where the Emperor is, and then with the Emperor you can raise the water back up and then swim your way through the water to get places. So a lot of water control in this area will be a thing. At least that's the plan. Hey, another guy. I have water control. You. I thought I did. No water control? Are they broken? That's awkward if they broke. Did you break? That's weird. Now they broke. Lame. Well, now I know there's an error with that. Pretty much, bro. Pretty much. Wait. Okay. Down it goes. Oh. The more I try to learn Unreal, the dumber I feel. Nah. That's okay. I got plenty of dumb on, you know, camera, so you can see how dumb I feel all the time. I do like my buttons, though. They're very exciting. Even if they apparently have a bug. Pretty much. Yeah, here was the other cool thing of the night. The accidental water improvement thingy. I redid my whole water system, so that was very productive. Water, the kill box window, the kill event thingies that keep you out of areas got redone. But this weird find of this water that's just really awesome looking was like the best. I am definitely a fan now. I'd probably definitely keep this room with this stuff. It just looks too cool not to. We Yep. Massive improvement. Waterfalls still kind of suck. Honestly, I'm not sure there should be waterfalls in here, to be completely honest. They were kind of my explanation for why the water was going out of the area and how it came back, but now that it has all this stuff, I don't know. Oh, there's a bit of a bug there with that, that's for certain. Oh no, Mew! Interesting. Where's the ceiling thing? Bit of a bug here with the underwater post process, huh? Well. The Kill Cube appears to have some problems. Perhaps it's not set as a water. It's probably true. Flash effect. Oh, I'm missing that. On scum is an element now. Do not judge. Or do. It's fine. You can judge if you want. I forgot I added one. And thus, stuff must happen. I should fix the problem with the pond scum. There you go. Now when you look up, you can see pond scum. How much cooler is that? Don't mind the shark tweaking out. I'm still counted as underwater, huh? That's awkward. Got that part. Yep, this room slowly becomes, well, it's always the best looking room in the game so far. Like, it just is the best looking room in the game. It's not even close. There we go. No infinite jumping for me. Of course, you only get to see this if you have the Emperor. I don't think there's going to be a secret in the area for the Emperor, but there might be. Just one thing to come back to this area for. I probably will put one thing. I don't know where I'll put it. There's not that much water here. There's a bit of a problem here with these side things. The problem is I just have these extra areas here, so let's figure out what to do without that. Hey, LGS Ghost, how's it going? So yeah, I was working on a new area. Unfortunately, it's got this little bug here, but beyond that, it's pretty looking. I need to look up the underwater physics things and stuff like that. Probably involves volumes and things. I don't know. Right now I'm cheating and I'm using time dilation. Because it pretends like it's swimming, but the problem is that's not actually swimming, it's just slowing time. It does kind of give it an effect that's sort of like swimming though. So for people who do ghetto methods, it's not bad. Yes. Can't jump out of the water. Mushrooms count as lights. So these mushrooms do. This is my screenshots for the day. And I wish I didn't have work. I'd keep streaming for like another 2 hours at least. I wouldn't mind doing 12-hour streams. If I didn't have a regular job, that would actually be like, you know, 3 to 4 hours less than my average work day. No problem. That would be pretty sweet. Pretty sweet indeed. Back to the old Discord. Thanks. Yeah, definitely improving things as I go. Today's mostly been about improving the water system between the fluid movement under there, looking up and seeing the water, like weird crap that's on the water too, so you're not like, you know, not just looking at nothing, having an underwater post process that's built in there. Having the kill thingy that kills you from the water also built into all this, so it's actually, I no longer use the water system I was using. This is actually just a singular, I put a water thing on top of my kill thing, basically. Yep. The things of the night were that and the other thing. The reusable button that activates everything. Or buttons, depending upon how many you want. Gonna add a bunch of puzzles tomorrow, probably. I guess later today when you think about it, but yeah, the buttons. Clicky, 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 and clicky. You do whatever you want, it doesn't really matter. Very exciting. I use the control other things too. My weird underwater world. You do lots of water mechanics in here, lots of raising and lowering the water, and I don't have animations for swimming, but some ghetto swim will probably be fine. She can kind of swim, she can jump infinitely in the water. If she has the Emperor. In fact, you can water skip, is fun. Unintentional, I probably should make it, you have to be below a certain amount of the water before you can do this. Because otherwise you can just, you know, bounce forever in the water. Boing. Poppet has become Jesus, she can just go right across the top of the water, no problem. Guess Jesus didn't skip like a rock, but... yeah. The plan is kind of to really start digging into the second area a lot. I got to optimize the first area a bunch. Toss in story things and add a few puzzles. I think the first area is largely done besides those things, though. There's not a lot I want to do it. Unless I come up with a better idea. But beyond that, there's almost no bugs left with it. Unless I add in the ability to save toys or puzzles or something, it really is just dialogue. And some cutscenes, I guess. Yeah, pretty much. I can't think of much else there. I just gotta add in those things. Gonna have to make a bunch of collectibles and things like that, more dialogue. Probably use an AI voice thingy to do the initial voices, and then later on, if I can afford real voices, I'll do those. Because, you know, I just want placeholders. Kind of hide things over until, well, if it gives me a bunch of money, maybe I'll, you know, drop a bunch of voice acting. Depends on how much they give and how much voice acting costs. But I've seen it's pretty expensive. If they don't give me the money, I don't know how I'm going to afford voice acting. Too many words in the game already, just from the collectibles. Probably cost me $5,000 to $10,000 just for that. Which I do not have. No. Not at all. Yeah, I think it's actually pretty well done for the first area, except for those things. I might as well work in the second area because I still got a bunch of writing to do anyway. Doubt that would be that exciting on stream as I sit there and muddle my way through it and figure out what it is I want. Maybe it would be, I don't know. I guess I gotta add sound effects and VFX to the enemies. Especially sound effects. I guess they're not totally done. But overall, I think the area is Basically, I can't think of much else I'd do. I'm running out of ideas for it. I guess some of the behaviors on the little bugaboo dolls that chase you through the pipes are not great, so they could probably use an animation or two improvement. The little chicken enemies aren't very cool either. They're passable, but they're not great. But overall, I mean, there's not many rooms I dislike. This room could probably use a little bit to it, I guess. Maybe some things that follow you through the pipes. Balancing would be a pretty serious, important thing. Not many tutorials after the first few rooms. Don't have that in there. Maybe some explanation of Charlotte when I enter this room would be pretty sensible. So there is a thing that says what to do. It says you know she's gonna chase you and you hide and yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know. I guess you can figure out that you don't want to get caught by her. Beyond that, this room's okay. It takes, I don't know, maybe about 5 minutes to beat. It's not like amazing. Wow. Then you come back over the top of it, so it's pretty decent. This room's slower than it needs to be. I probably need to fix some of it. Not even in the actual game yet. Neither is this room, so yeah. I don't even know when those are gonna. Well, I know when this room's gonna factor in. Might just make this like a secret room you come back to. I just can't think of anywhere to really stuff it in. Unless it is just a straight up secret room. Maybe with a secret boss fight or something. Kind of early for a secret boss fight, but if it's for the demo, a secret boss fight for the demo would be kind of cool. Kind of open. You could sort of have a secret fight here. Yeah, I'm just rambling at this point. All right, I'm gonna call it. It's pretty much all the plans for tomorrow. Everything I just stated. And it'll be, I don't know how long is the stream going. About 10 hours before now that I arrive. So yeah. So if you like what you saw, follow, sub, join the Discord, whatever. If you don't. Thanks for watching just the same. I'll send the YouTube people away and see if I can find some people to raid the Twitch people too. Bye bye YouTube people. See all of you tomorrow.